Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Colorado Shootout with Ultimate Pool USA. It feels really good to say that. We're in Denver, in the foothills of the Rockies, Broncos country, for a massive weekend, and it starts with a big event today as well. It is the Shootout, where some behemoths of the game will collide. Yeah, we've got some serious big hitters for you today. Stephen Jameson, Stephen Wyatt here with you for the Colorado Shootout. And Steve, it feels really good to say that. Cannot wait to get going. Another Ultimate Pool USA event. We're continuing on our American tour, and our stop here is in Colorado. What a place to be, first of all.
Yeah, it's the Mile High City. It's an incredible atmosphere. The weather's incredible. I'm really excited for this one because I think we're going to see a lot of new faces. Kind of like what we did in Kansas City. We saw players that we didn't really know. We learned who they were. We saw what they can do on the table. And it really was an eye-opening moment for some of these players that I didn't know, and I think we're going to see more of that this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. If you are brand new to the Ultimate Pool USA Shootout experience, well, you're in good hands. We know the rules by now, but if you are new, it's time to educate. And this is the reason why we love this event, is because it's exciting. This is an event that's not for the players. We don't really care about the players here. This isn't with their feelings in mind. This is for the fans. We put some of the best players in the world under intense pressure with the clock, with the conditions, and of course they're playing other great players in the world. And what it does is we throw all of that in a melting pot and call it the Shootout, and it just spits out fireworks.
Oh, this event is for me. This event is what I fell in love with Ultimate Pool USA the first time I saw it. This event is why I love being here. Obviously, the main event, the Women's Open, the Juniors Open, all incredible events. But the Shootout, it's the perfect way to kick off an incredible weekend right here in Colorado.
Yeah, for sure. Without further ado, then, let's take a look at the bracket for today. We've got loads of fantastic players playing. And first up, Shane Thompson taking on Ricky Evans, two players who know each other pretty well. They sort of met in Kansas City in our last iteration, and I'm excited to see how these two go. It's UK versus US to open things up.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a rematch. We saw this match, and it was fireworks then, and I think we're going to get more of that now. Another match that I'm incredibly excited for, somebody that may not be as well known, Tyrel Blowers. We had a little mini tournament, and we saw him beat out Chris Melling and Tom Cousins, and Chris Melling's going to be coming for revenge because they're going to meet up in the first round of the Shootout right here today.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And let me throw a name at you as well, Steve. We've got Tom Cousins there, second match in the bracket. He's going to take on Damian Pongpanik. But Tom Cousins isn't just any old man who's flown across the pond. This is, in a UK sense, one of the very best players in the world in the Ultimate Pool UK scene, of which, of course, I'm familiar. He's been the best player in the world for the last 2.5, 3 years. First go ever at American Pool. He's enjoyed his time over here in the 2 days he's been here, but first time he's ever used a cue like that, first time he's hit balls like this on tables like this. It's a completely different experience for him.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit, and I've never met Tom, but we talked a little bit about the tables. He sounds comfortable, but when you're in here in the arena, and this is his area. This is where he thrives. He's been in arenas like this tons of times, I'm sure, but how will it compare when it's here on the American tables, the American balls? Is he going to do what Top Cat does, or...
Well, someone like Damian knows his way around these tables better than most. We've got a sensational bracket for you. Justin Bergman takes on Adam Sisneros later on in the bracket. And in terms of the schedule, that's what we've got to look forward to. 8 matches will run from now through till 4 o'clock this afternoon, local time. And loads of entertainment for us. And it's important to remember that all of our matches are timed. They are on a match clock, and that is what makes the shootout really, really special. 30 minutes a match, races to 6, 15-second shot clock gets thrown in with 10 minutes to spare as well. It puts these players under an entirely different type of pressure. They're used to playing big matches against big players. They're all in this event because of that. But the shot clock and the match clock is a completely different element.
Well, and along with the shot clock and the match clock, when you get down to that last 10 minutes and that shot clock cuts in half, and there's a lot of pressure because at that point the match is close, and there's always that looming feeling of this might go to a 6-ball shootout, which, again, this is for us.
Yep.
This isn't for them. This is for us. It's the most exciting thing I've ever witnessed in pool, and I'm kind of hoping we get to see one.
Well, look, I know you Americans, you don't like doing draws, so we're not getting a draw. If it ends tied, which it can, once the match clock finishes, we take the score, whatever it is. But if it is tied, a 6-ball shootout will determine the winner, and it's pretty much how it sounds. If you've never seen one before, 6 balls in that there triangle area, quickest time wins. Should we get on?
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, our first match is up on deck. Shane Thompson takes on Ricky Evans. It's UK versus US to kick off the Colorado Shootout. Welcome in, everybody. It's the Colorado Shootout. We're almost ready for match number 1. Shane Thompson and Ricky Evans are in the house. Two fabulous players. This is an invitational event, and Ricky earning his place here in Colorado, mainly off the back of a terrific performance in Kansas City. The last time Ultimate Pool USA had an open and shootout event. Really impressed both of us in that event, Steve, did Ricky, and well, we know he's capable of taking down one of these big titles.
Absolutely. So Ricky played very well in the Kansas City shootout, and I definitely expect to see him come out swinging. But Shane Thompson has played all 3 of the events that have happened in the U.S., and his success rate is not what he wants it to be. He's done well enough. He cashed pretty well in the Louisiana, but he simply hasn't had the opportunity to do much in the shootout. I highly expect him to come out swinging here.
It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a false start by the looks of things, which is a shame. Not at all what we want.
And obviously we want to give the players the best equipment possible.
I think what often can happen is it's a brand new carpet that's been laid in the rec room underground here, and what then happens is it's set overnight, everyone's very happy, and it only takes half a millimeter to move, and all of a sudden things can change. So I'll tell you what, whilst the guys here at Ultimate Pool USA are just setting the table up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a second, hopefully with some action.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Well, welcome back everybody. False start is in the books. We don't have to worry about that anymore. We are now ready to rumble with the Colorado shootout. Ricky Evans with the break. It's a pretty good one as well. Struck that really nicely.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is a pretty good layout here. I don't see many issues.
Just in case you are uninitiated, we are playing international 8-ball rules, which can have a few notable changes from some 8-ball rules that you might be used to here in the States. You can see the clocks are starting to tick down. We've got a 30-second shot clock initially, one extension allowed per frame. which Ricky has already used. And the match clock is also ticking as well. 29 minutes and change remain there.
And the shot clock and the match clock, for me, is the most exciting thing in pool with the way these shootout events happen. So there are a few rules that are just slightly different from our standard international 8-ball rules. Of course, in the shootout, we have the golden break as well as the golden duck. You can win and or lose on the break. Normal international 8-ball rules don't allow that, so we may see a golden break today.
Yeah, that's very true. You're as au fait as anybody I know about the different rules and regs in stateside here, Steve. What would you say are some of the biggest hit points almost to target in the difference between maybe what people are used to playing and international rules?
I would probably go with, if I'm telling somebody, hey, this is the biggest difference, this is what you need to be aware of, the biggest rule for me would probably be that there are no intentional fouls. Normal 8-ball American rules, you can take an intentional foul to tie a ball up or set yourself up to be better equipped later in the rack. In these rules, it is a loss of game. So you cannot intentionally take a foul. We don't see it happen very much, but there is an odd case here and there where it could come into play.
Yeah, another thing to remember as well is you don't have to call pocket on the 8-ball, which is something that always catches a few out, I've noticed. As Ricky, I think, wanted to play a little bit safe there with the solid, just to hold the cue ball, but could have come out nicer. He still should be absolutely fine here on this 8 to take a 1-rack lead over Shane Safe Cracker Thompson.
That's a good start right there. Yeah, and I've been victim to the not having to call the 8-ball. It happens sometimes, you know, there's a lot of different rules, and I think that's one thing that's good about Ultimate Pool USA is we're trying to standardize the rule set that gets played, whether it's here or over in Europe or wherever we end up. You know.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just about taking out barriers. You know, you can still call the pocket if you want to do it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter.
It won't cost you anything.
It won't cost you anything.
Just know that if
you can just show off to your opponent if you want to.
Just know that if you slop it into another pocket, you're okay.
So first glimpse here of Shane Thompson, one of the UK's finest. He's been an ever-present so far with Ultimate Pool USA's open events. His third shootout following Louisiana and Kansas City.
And Shane's one of those players that's been here with us since the beginning of Ultimate Pool USA. He's come to every event, like you said. And the thing I love the most about these guys is everybody that's come over, they're playing on American tables, some for the first time ever. When we look at Shane Thompson, he had never played on a table like this, or one of our ladies in the Women's Open that starts later tonight, Amy Beecham, again, never played on these types of tables. Everybody's very humble, they're very nice. If you've never been to an Ultimate Pool USA event, we've had 3 so far, and we're going to continue to have them. Please, please, please take my word for it. It's an incredible experience. Come watch, come hang out, come check out the arena, enjoy the players and the great play that we get here at these events. While we're talking it down, Shane Thompson in a little bit of an issue here. He needs to be able to get a shot on that 4 and that 1, and he's kind of in an odd angle. I think he'll be okay, but it can go bad quickly if he's not careful.
That's all right. It's not perfect. He has a shot. He's a lovely touch player, is Shane Thompson. Very, very good with just manipulating the cue ball, floating it around the spaces. In a game like this, where it's a bar box table and you've got the big set of American balls, sometimes that's really the art of the game. Really, is finding the space where there isn't much. And you can see there, he's just found a little bit of room just to take this 5 into the left center, I think.
And our referee, Mr. Scott Price, taking a close look at all these shots. Very, very good staff of referees here in the building.
How well judged is that?
Yeah, that's such a great shot there. I actually thought he might have rolled up a little further to shoot the 1 before the 4. So I'm not sure if that is what he wanted to do, but he's going to make it work, I'm sure.
I think it will still be the plan. It's got a safety net of the 8 ball and 2 stripes to help control the cue ball, and all of a sudden that quite fidgety, finicky finish looks tic-tac-toe.
And it's not quite over yet. We're getting there, and he should be okay, but again, these tables can put, oh no, can get him into a position. I don't think that ball goes, so I think we might be looking at a 1-rail bank here. Very difficult to play a defensive shot when your opponent has 6 balls on the table, 7 balls on the table.
Yeah, took the cut on, and he short a pace, had the line, and that will be a real disappointment for Shane Thompson, who, well, it felt like he'd done all the hard work, really. You can see here the line was pretty spot on, just a bit short of pace.
And you have a feeling that maybe he didn't trust in the shot, the way he kind of stroked through it. He felt maybe a little bit of nerves on that one, like he should have never been in that position, which he shouldn't have.
Possibly. I think we see it a lot with players, don't we? As soon as they are in a position that they themselves feel a bit aggrieved that they're in, it all of a sudden changes the dynamic of the shot.
And all due respect to Shane, he's a phenomenal player, somebody that I've spent quite a bit of time with on and off the table at this point. But his mistakes there are going to cost him, because I believe Ricky Evans is going to take this 2-0, just a few more balls to make. We have brand new cloth on this table, beautiful cloth.
Yeah, we're expecting it to play quick. And as you can see, we're on the diamond tables after being on a valley in Kansas City, and I think, judging by the reception that I've spoken to all the players, they're pretty pleased about that.
Yeah, the players will definitely be pleased about that. You know, the diamond tables do play a lot tighter than a valley table. And the players are going to appreciate having a little bit harder of a situation there. And Ricky here, just an 8-ball away. He's going to take it down.
And in it flies, so a 2-0 lead to Ricky Evans.
And we gave him a little bit of a moniker last time. And obviously we're 2 wrecks in. It's too close to call anything specifically, but he carried all the way to the semifinals last time against Jordan Shepard, the nickname of Red Hot. And he was that in Kansas City.
Yeah, he was. It was his home event, if you like. He's a Missouri boy from St. Louis.
And
not too far a trip up here, relatively, but still a decent way.
Well, our travel and you guys' travel is 2 different things.
Little bit different, yeah.
If you guys get in a car for 9 hours, you've gone across 3 countries. I live in Texas. In 9 hours, I can't even get across the whole state.
It's another fantastic break from Ricky. Really, really beautiful connection. Just controlling that cue ball well. Good power. And if he can continue with this break, he's hit 2, and he's hit 2 as perfect as you like. If he can keep doing that on repeat, he will just be very, very difficult to beat today.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And again, this is a situation where he has the opportunity to come in and play very well and absolutely make another statement. And Ricky Evans holding a win over Shane Thompson in Kansas City. So you know Shane is really wanting to avenge that loss. And something that we didn't see any of in Kansas City was that 6-ball shootout. However, I think we're going to get to see one. And I think we're going to get to see one today.
We got 15 matches today, and I like the odds. I don't like the odds of it was going 30 shootout matches without having a single 6-ball shootout. Don't think that'll happen. It may do, but yeah, something tells me we might be in for a bit of drama today. That one just wobbles in from Ricky. We mentioned how the Diamonds will play tighter than the Valleys. It's one of those that come Sunday afternoon, I don't think that's falling in.
Yeah, the fresh cloth is definitely allowing a little bit of slickness to carry that ball into the pocket within a day or two, especially with how dry the air is here in Denver. We are a mile up in the sky right now. So with that dryness, this table, without the moisture, it's going to tighten up, and I give it late tomorrow, and you're going to start seeing more balls bobbled. It is a very tight pocket. I believe it's somewhere between 4 and 4 1/8 inch pockets. And Ricky here with elevation on the cue, a good draw. You can't fault this, and he's living up a little bit to that nickname. Really looks poised.
Yeah, pretty perfect start from Ricky Evans. A red hot start, if you will. He goes 3-0 in front and couldn't really have asked for too much more. He's had 2 breaks. He's successfully cleared both of them. As we take a look at the bracket here in the Colorado Shootout. Winner of this will face the winner of Tom Cousins and Damian Pongpanik, who are up next on the Shootout. We'll then have Chris Melling against Tyrel Blowers. Jordan Shepard, the reigning champion from Kansas City, takes on former Moscone Cup player Chris Reinhold at the bottom of the left side. And you really like the right side. You think that's wide open?
I do. So we have a replacement in Gabe Owen. Joey Gray coming down with illness, wasn't able to make the event. Gabe's going to take the replacement against Joven Bustamante. Sofia Mast and Dave Matlock is one I'm keeping my eye on.
Yeah.
It's old generation versus new generation, and 2 more matches that are absolutely going to be great. Again, all 15 matches are going to be live here for free. And the quality of pool is going to be very high this weekend, and we're going to get to see some of the best of it right here today.
So Shane Thompson continuing with that cut break, and the only thing is with the cut break, and we see it in every form of 8-ball really, especially on the small tables, is you can leave frames like this pretty consistently, and this may not be a problem. We saw in Shane's first attempt to get out that he's very, very good at manipulating the cue ball around tight spaces, but he did create himself a problem. He's only made 1 mistake, Shane Thompson, and he's 3-0 down.
Yeah, I like the cut break in a sense where if I'm playing a player that I know is playing well, I like the cut break because if I don't make a ball on the break, I'm making it tough for them to just run out. However, there's something to be said about that big power break, because if you make a ball, you can get out, kind of like what Ricky's doing. I mean, he's making the ball and he's getting out. But if you don't make the ball on the break, which again, we all know dry breaks happen in 8-ball. If you don't make a ball, you're setting your opponent up for, a win. And so it's kind of like, do I go the safe route? Do I go the tougher route? Do I take the risk? Do I not? You never know, but I think it's going to work out here for Shane. I think the cut break is going to work for him. He should be able to just roll up, shoot the 13 into the side pocket, and play the 8-ball. Wants a little bit of angle, and he's definitely got it there. That was a good shot.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully. Just elevates the cue a fraction, and that's a pretty perfect rack of 8-ball from Shane Thompson, who's done pretty well here to find himself 3-0 down. He's had 1 chance, he's made a mistake, but his next visit to the table, that was clinical. 17 minutes, 21 seconds remain in our first match of the day here. Shane Thompson in business.
The unfortunate part of this situation with Ricky being up already, if this continues with just breaking runs, unfortunately for Shane, it's not going to be quick enough. He's not going to be able to get there. He needs a Ricky Evans dry break or a Ricky Evans mistake to give himself an opportunity to get back in this game. We can see those twists and turns happen. A dry break, Shane gets out, he breaks and runs. We're tie ball game with probably less than 10 minutes left.
And that's when it gets interesting.
At that 10-minute mark, that's where things are going to get very interesting. This is my favorite event. I love it. And you feel the pressure sitting in the chair.
Is that going to be dry? It is. I'm not quite sure how.
I'm not a fan of that thing that happens when we talk about something and it happens. I'm not going to name it.
Commentator's curse.
Oh no!
You can't curse a commentator's curse.
Can you?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like, it's not like saying Voldemort's name. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I'm going to trust you on this one, but I feel like maybe
I've given a few curses in my time, don't you worry.
I feel like I put this into fruition. So Shane Thompson here with a big opportunity to really tie this game up with a run out and a big break and run. Ricky had very good success rate on his break the first two breaks that he made, so it's very interesting to see him. Oh no.
Can't be missing those. You cannot be missing those.
Wow.
Shane doesn't appear to be too happy. He's certainly making some remonstrations.
Well, and this is...
Big balls, miss that.
This is a tough situation, though, because Ricky really wants to take the stripes, but he's not in the best position with the starting shot to be able to maneuver around.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Well, I think he can see the 9, but he wants to keep the 9, ideally, because there's a little bit of work to do at that top right. If he can get through to this, then he's fine.
Well,
he's just fooling us. He's fooling us. He's perfect.
Yeah, and he's got the 9 ball to move that 4 away from his 12, so barring anything crazy happening, I think he's going to be able to capitalize on that mistake from Shane.
Yeah, solid's a pretty dead in the water here, which is exactly why it was such a big miss from Shane Thompson on stripes. First ball wouldn't have been anywhere near as problematic if it had been his second ball that he missed. Oh, Ricky's a bit short there.
Yeah, and I think he can play the combination 13 to the 9, but it's going to hurt his ability to allow his 12 to be playable. Anytime you elevate the cue like that, it becomes tough. He played it well.
He's played it really well, and why it's gone so well for him is he's basically replaced the ball over the hole, which means he's basically as he was. Good recovery. And
that was
perfect.
Good little pop there. He's got the 15 playable in the bottom right. We're going to take the 12 in the top left. Yeah, his biggest issue here is just simply getting down to the 8 ball and having an easy shot on it. It all depends on the angle he gets on his next ball. Will tell us the story of what he can get. Oh, he actually went the other way. I like that better, honestly, because you're taking the tougher ball now, so he can set himself up for an easier shot to get to the 8 ball.
He's maybe a fraction short if we're splitting hairs, but I don't think it'll matter too much to him.
I definitely think he's going to run into that 2 ball, but I think the angle promotes his cue ball.
Yeah, he's going to flick the bottom side, not the top side.
He might even try and yank this ball, which I'm not a huge fan of. It's going to make things tougher, but that's a makeable shot. These side pockets are playable. He's going to make it, and he should make it, and he should go up 4-1 here.
Those are the shots that I know Shane will be sitting in his chair just quietly fizzing about. Ricky's got a little bit of luck there. And he makes Shane pay.
And the crowd showing a little bit of appreciation for what Ricky's doing here. And Shane, I'm sure, is just kind of beside himself. Had an opportunity there and was unable to capitalize. And this match, again, these races to 6, 30 minutes. Seems like it could last a long time, but when you're having a game like Ricky's having right now so far, it can be pretty quick.
Yeah, it certainly can. And penny for his thoughts. He's usually pretty good at keeping a decent poker face, Shane Thompson, but you can see he's quietly ticking. He's going to stick with the cut break, which I'm a little bit surprised with. He might put a bit of extra juice into this one.
Well, and there's a big break.
Yeah,
a monster break.
You can't really hit a cut break too much better than that. That's come out perfectly.
I think the toughest part of that about this is you cannot play what we would refer to as a dirty combo. So you cannot play that 13 into the 5.
Correct.
You must play your suit that you're calling into the suit of your calling and make it in the pocket. So it looks like the solids are off the table. I like the stripes. I think we're going to see him shoot the 11 here.
Yeah, I think just because
of the 3.
Well, interesting. I don't think it's a bad suit particularly, especially now he's hit that gap. He's in pretty good shape.
Especially him being on the table, he may have been able to see something that wasn't as easy for us to see. I definitely liked the stripes that I was looking at, but he is going to take these solids. And after a break like that, you really got to think that he's going to get out here.
Yeah, and he needs to. See in the background there, Amy Beecham. She's in the women's and main open this weekend. Travelled over from the fine city of Nottingham. Represent.
Also saw our Ultimate Pool USA Nate Kane standing behind her. Nate's a referee as well as one of our league operators for Kansas City. He played a big part in making sure that we felt welcome when we were in Kansas City. It was an incredible event, and we've got another one here. I really like how excited people are when we bring these events.
For sure.
It's so much fun. And people generally seem to just really enjoy it through the weekend because it's an experience. You're not just coming to watch a pool tournament. There's a whole experience that goes along with it. So, and an experience that Shane wants to have more of. He's going to take that rack. It's now 2-4. Ricky's going to have the chance of the break, and we are just right around 40 seconds away from that shortened shot clock. I'm trying to think back. We didn't see a whole lot of 15-second shot clock in Kansas City.
Not loads and loads. Certainly not in the open. We saw very, very little of it, which is a good thing. But in the shootout, we saw some... we didn't see too many close matches in the shootout, strangely enough, despite the fact that on paper we had some very, very even games. Never really sort of materialised. There was a couple of close encounters, but not too many. People were generally, once they got ahead of steam, they'd run away with it a little bit. That's what Ricky was trying to do here. Not had it all his own way. Goes back to Old Faithful on his break. He's hit 3. They've all been hit beautifully, but 2 of them have been successful, 1 not.
Ooh. Last ball rolling.
He gets a couple for good measure. He's got an interesting first shot here.
Yeah, so you cannot play the combo into the 2-ball. And I'm unsure if he can see it at all. I don't think he can.
It's a tough position.
It's a legal shot to play. He just won't stay at the table. That's important to remember. So
and
he
won't
may
take that suit, correct?
Yeah. So he may. It'll still be open table. So he may play it as a tactical shot, because if he played that, it's tough. Leaving it safe is really difficult. He's in a pickle here.
So I think in this situation, he would have to play the 14 rail first and kind of stun the cue ball to hold behind the 9 and let the 14 come up table.
Oh, he tried to sneak the 2.
This is going to be a tough spot for him.
Look at the leave as well. It's pretty perfect.
Shane Thompson has got to be just extremely excited for this.
Would like to get the 11 away sooner rather than later. He could, I think, play it now. I think he's on it. It's the only one that's sort of guarded. And get a little bit closer to his work here, though. And he's in a good spot here at the safe cracker. And that nickname back in the UK for his proficiency in cash games, where upon victory he would request the safe to be opened.
And Shane, very serious looking at the table. Off the table, he's a genuinely nice guy. A lot of fun to be around, and he takes his work very, very serious.
Yeah, he's a competitor at his heart. He's not just here to have fun and take part. He's here to win events.
Well, and this is the Shane Thompson that I've seen taking advantage of a big mistake and coming out and playing very, very stout. And I have a feeling that this is going to get tight.
I think you could be correct there. And it's interesting, actually, there seems to be a bit of support for Shane out there in the arena as the away player, if you like, the road player, versus Ricky Evans, who is at least in his home country, if not his home state. There's some support for Shane out there.
You know what I think has happened is that if you come to one of these events, if you walk out there right now, you'll see people who were in Kansas City, people who were in Louisiana. You'll see the same people coming to our events so far because they enjoy it. And
yeah, they've been once and they're going to come again.
Exactly. Yeah. And so they've had the opportunity to be around Shane a little bit. And, you know, he's made some fans here in the U.S. for good reason. He's a great player. He's personable. And he plays very, very well. So he's got some fans. Of course, Ricky gained some fans in Kansas City. So I don't know if there's a favorite. I think the room might be split a little bit, which is always fun to witness.
Yeah, for sure. And first real glimpse there of the beeps as Shane Thompson is playing this rack on a 15-second shot clock. Very, very familiar with this shot clock is Shane Thompson. He's been playing Ultimate Pool UK for, well, since the very beginning, really, in 2021, 22. And part of that is getting yourself used to the short shot clocks. It's not a complete staple, but it's something that has now just become familiar, less terrifying than it was initially. Oh, Shane.
We're going to see a little bit of a swerve here.
Oh, he's played that well.
Oh, wow. And that's a great shot there.
Well, he shouldn't have had to play it, but he played it beautifully when it came around. And the final 10 minutes has brought us a little bit closer together. He can see the impact of this swerve. Just tucks himself around the ball. just about fell in. Got away with one.
And this is the part where I'm starting to inch further and further in my seat, and I'm starting to feel a little bit of that excitement because we're slowly moving there. And I love how these matches progress like this, especially when they're very tight. And this is it. This is going to be a lot of fun. If you think back to our first event in the U.S., our very first match of the show, we had Cleve Thompson and Tyler Steyer. Cleve came out and he really made a statement in his very first match, in the very first match for Ultimate Pool USA, and went to a 6-ball shootout against Tyler Steyer. He did end up falling to Tyler in that. Tyler put up a pretty good time. But the 6-ball shootout, when you experience it for the first time, it really is just nerve-wracking to watch.
Yeah, it gets the heart rate up, that's for sure. And Ricky Evans here will get the heart rate up a little on the 15 seconds shot clock. Selected for stripes. I think that's a pretty sure bet.
Well, and what I see happening here, because Ricky is going to take 15 seconds a shot or close to it, I'm not going to say a slow player, he's a methodical player. So he's going to use the time that he has to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's red hot Ricky Evans. He's not rapid Ricky Evans.
Correct. So what I feel like may end up happening here is with the balls that we have on the table, I believe we're going to come under the 4-minute mark, which at 5-4, it is a race to 6. It's going to put him on the hill. So then it's going to be a very, very interesting 4 minutes that we're going to see. One wild rack can change everything.
Golden break can change everything.
Absolutely. This isn't quite the shot that he wanted, but he's going to take it on, and I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, just cheating that pocket every bit that he can get, and he's absolutely perfect on the 8-ball.
And
so just see Shane just twitch a little in his chair a little as that ball jawed, but Shane can't have too many complaints. The 8-ball he had in the last frame was a little cheeky. Ricky Evans goes ahead, just a shade over 4 minutes remaining on the hill, 1 frame from victory.
I promise you the pockets there, they are definitely tighter than they look, because they look like that ball just had ages of room, but the slick cloth is really helping that ball fall. We're going to see that tighten up like we talked about before, but Shane here, this is a big rack for Shane.
Well, it's a must win. Ultimately, 3 possible results available here. Shane Thompson can win the next 2 frames and win the match. Ricky Evans just needs 1. Or Shane Thompson can square us up, and that might be the final frame that we see through to the end, and that would be a 6-ball shootout.
Watch out, cue ball. Okay, we're good. Oh, and Shane here's got a great opportunity. I think his only real issue here, if he takes the stripes, is going to be that 14 ball. I like the stripes here because I think if the 14 is made, the 12 ball goes. He's looking at taking the 15 now, I believe. And, oh, I think he wanted to be able to shoot that 13 ball, but he'll be okay. Shane Thompson, the only other successful 6-ball shootout. I apologize that there was one more. There was a ladies match that went to 1 in Louisiana. But as far as the shootout, we have only seen 2 in the history, of course.
Both in Louisiana.
Absolutely. Tyler Steyer, Cleve Thompson, and Shane Thompson, Corey Duell, which Shane Thompson did win that. I want to say his time was around 25.
Yeah, he's not a huge lover of the 6-ball shootout as Shane Thompson, but he's had his fair share. Safe to say he won't be thinking about that right now. All he'll be thinking about is winning this frame and winning the next one. There's enough time for him to do that. I'm assuming that this cue ball goes past, but
I don't think it does. I may be wrong.
oh, it's tight.
Oh, he had to play it off the 6. That's a great shot.
Well, what a recovery from Shane Thompson that is. That's a pretty special shot to pull out in this particular moment. What an out.
I'm getting excited because there's a lot of time on the clock. These guys run racks in a minute and 10 seconds.
How good is that?
That's a great shot. But if something, Shane Thompson here is hoping for a scratch on the break, a drive break, or a really, really just clustered rack.
No, he doesn't want that. He does not. He'll take it over Ricky Evans making a ball and having the table. Sure, I take your point, but he definitely doesn't want a 6-red shootout. If it's a last case scenario, he'll take it, but yeah, he doesn't want that.
Well, it's better than what Ricky Evans is hoping for, which is a clean break, a ball made, and a shot at something.
So we're hill in the first match of the Colorado shootout. 2 minutes and 23 seconds remain. Ricky Evans on the break, and he can keep Shane Thompson off the table. If he does that, he's into the next round.
Big break.
Gives absolutely everything into it.
No ball down.
Oh,
Shane Thompson.
feel your pain, Ricky. Feel your pain. He cannot believe it.
And this isn't the easiest rack here. There's some issues up top. There's some issues on the bottom.
It's far from a guarantee.
This could get really tight.
2 minutes then for Shane Thompson to figure out the combination.
I wish you guys could see us because we both just leaned forward in our chairs. We know that there's a possibility of something a little wild happening here. And the crowd around the arena knows it too because they are stacked up.
That's okay. It could have gone nicer, but it's all right.
And we're
Really
sitting
help if he's on that 3 right now, but I don't think he is. No, he's going to have to come down the table.
Minute and 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, Ricky Evans, you've got a chance to steal it.
Okay, you've got to run 7. Is it 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You gotta run 7.
Get out your fingers. Let's count them up.
I had to for a second. And I don't know how aware he is of the match clock. I'm sure he's very aware.
It's not always a guarantee. We do see it. There's so much going on out there. You can get a little bit lost in the moment. Might need to play this off the 3.
This 11 ball is important. This shot is good.
That's a great shot.
Now the deal here is he knows. He just looked at the clock. He's picked up his pace a little bit. The pressure's on.
Shane Thompson puts his cue away. He knows the only way he's winning this match now is with a 6-ball shootout. It's Ricky Evans or a shootout here. Ricky just has to hold himself together. 3 balls away.
And he's landed perfectly, so he's just got to get there before time runs out, and I think he's going to. He could have done to be a little bit straighter on this. The cue ball is going to have to move a little bit.
Oh, he's okay.
What an ending to
And
this
with
match.
the beats counting down, Ricky Evans wins a hill decider with Shane Thompson. Red Hot Ricky continues his run in the shootout with a brilliant victory. And yeah, he can puff out his cheeks a little bit. That one got the heart rate pounding. Brilliant win for Ricky Evans. We'll hear from him when we come back in a moment.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, everybody, welcome back into the arena. We've got Ricky Evans with us, fresh off the back of that heart-pounding win over Shane Thompson. Less than 10 seconds on the clock when that final 8-ball sinks.
I didn't even know that.
must be a pretty satisfying feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly didn't know if I had enough time to run out. I took a quick peek at the clock, and I think I might have called my extension as well. And I was just like, just play simple, make sure you get on this ball down here, because if I get on this ball down here, I know that it goes off the 3, and that's pretty much secures it as long as I have enough time. And tables just, they play so slick. It's kind of hard. Each shot, if you're seeing us shake, there's a reason. It's like each shot is like you don't know what the result you're going to get, even if you hit it perfect. So
it's always a much harder game than it looks.
Yeah,
and especially in first game of the day as well. On a brand new
first game is always a little shaky.
But I was saying this to you off air, like the way you started the game was the opposite. It almost got shaky towards the end a little bit. I think with the shot clock and everything in the match situation, that feels inevitable. But you must have been so pleased with the way that you started. The break was unbelievable. The patterns were crisp. Yeah,
whenever the cloth is new on these diamond par boxes, I tend to like the center break. You got to roll with that. If you get like 1 or 2 dry breaks, or if you get a scratch in the side, you immediately got to switch it up. You can't keep breaking from the center. But while the center breaking is working, it's absolutely deadly, and I hope that the rest of the opponents don't take that break as well. So.
Yeah, that would be nice. Hey, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that last 10 minutes, because of course Shane starts to make a run. There was a couple of things that didn't quite go your way. How difficult is it to be in that chair and just hoping that something falls your way, because at one point it wasn't in your hands?
Honestly, I think when I'm shooting, I'm not very nervous. Like my breathing is fine, everything is fine, but when I'm in the chair, it's like you're in a straitjacket. So I just try to focus on my breathing. I know that whatever he does is going to be inevitable. There's nothing that I can do. Even if maybe, for example, his 8-ball hitting off here and sliding in, you can't give that any character. You just kind of got to move on. Even if you think that it shouldn't have went in or whatever, throw it away, and you just got to focus on your breathing and stay focused for your next opportunity.
Well, we weren't joking, folks, when we talked about the shootout at the start of the show with Stephen White, and we said it puts these players under pressure that they just never ever feel, and you heard it right there from Ricky, like being in a straitjacket, straight from the horse's mouth. Congratulations, Ricky. Brilliant win for you. Absolutely. We will see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Where you will play the winner of our next match, and it should be an absolute cracker this. The UK's Tom Cousins is over to make ways. He takes on a brilliant opponent in Damian Pongpanik next.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Ultimate Pool USA Colorado Shootout. Stephen Jameson, Stephen Wyatt here with you. And in the arena is Damian Pongpanik from the USA, taking on the UK's Tom Cousins. Very, very, very excited for this matchup. As I know plenty of you watching will be. Pongpanik with the opening break, and it's going to bring Top Cat Tom Cousins to the table. TC, as his friends know him, and I am very, very interested to see how this works out. Tom's first trip stateside, and a man who has made his name in the last 2 or 3 years as the best in the world at English 8-ball, won multiple events, by far and away the #1 player on the Ultimate Pool UK rankings. He's a 2-time world champion as well from around about a decade ago.
And I gotta ask, Top Cat, where obviously he's the top cat. Is that where that comes from?
I don't think so. I think it's just the TC. I think that's how it sort of worked. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Tom Cousins, TC, Top Cat. I think that was the link there. But yeah, he's been a serial winner in a game that usually doesn't really allow for serial winners.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him over in the US. There's several names that have come over, obviously, and had success. Jordan Shepard, Shane Thompson. But it's always fun to see somebody that I've never seen before. It's always a blast to find somebody new to watch, so I'm pretty excited to watch him go. And I'm actually really excited to see Damian as well. Damian Pongpanik is a very good player in his own right. He has been in arena settings like this before. Maybe not recently, but before. So the dry break, I'm sure he'll have an opportunity to bounce back from that. But Tom here looks pretty comfortable on the tables.
Yeah, he's had a couple of days to get ship shape. He was in the flyer that you were mentioning at the top of the show. 9-ball that was, though, which very much isn't Tom's game. Still went well in it, but he's a master of 8-ball.
It's definitely a different game, and we talked a little bit about our next match after this one. Of course, we have this one to get through, but Tyrel Blowers and Chris Melling, going to be a fun one. Tyrel, of course, won our flyer. That's for anybody who doesn't know, that's going to be our mini tournament that we had on Wednesday night. So Tyrel already tasting a little bit of success here in Colorado, and I'm sure he wants to continue that success. And he'll have an opportunity against Chris Melling on our next match. But right now, the #1 UK 8-ball player, Tom Cousins, looking to do some damage here against the Seattle-based Damian Pongpanik.
Well, Tom has worked very, very hard at creating that exact shot. And it's actually been, as someone who has spent hours of his life watching Tom Cousins play 8-ball, it's been a very un-Tom Cousins visit to the table, this. His calling card is dealing with his work early. He does it almost to a fault. He'll really throw shots out there early on in the visit to try and get his work done. Leaving a developing shot on the 8-ball till last is almost unheard of, really. Yeah, in the end, he just sort of ran out of time and options to get that one away, and it's going to bring Damian Pongpanik to the table in a dream scenario for him, really. Completely open table, just the 8-ball to go. A training routine, really, for Damian.
Yeah, and something that's unique to this shootout format is just that shot clock and the way it works. It's unique to Ultimate Pool USA, and obviously, with a little bit more time, maybe Tom could have come out with something a little bit better, maybe something safer, maybe even making the 8-ball somewhere, but he just ran out of time. So Damian has an opportunity, and he's kind of ended up in a bad spot real early.
You can see there the shirt that Damian's wearing, paying tribute to Mark Haddad, one of the best players in Colorado. He's one of the best players on the West Coast for the last 2 decades. A one-pocket legend who really tragically died in a car accident recently. He was a real mentor figure for Damian, who wanted to pay tribute in his own way at this event. And a really classy touch from Damian to sort of pay his respects in that way.
Yeah, and I'd never met Mark. They called him the Deacon, but I'd heard all kinds of stories, unfortunately, when he passed away. And the stories that I heard really made me wish that I could have met him once, because he seems like just one of those very genuine people. And Damian's a role model for me, personally. I just as a person, Damian's a really good person. He's helped me with a little bit of weight loss journey for me, so he's given me some good words. So I really appreciate what Damian's done for me, and obviously if Mark had a big impact on him, then he must have been a very, very good person. So I love the tribute there, and Damian's looking to win this for Mr. Mark Haddad, and he's going to get a good start here. If he can make this 11 and keep shape on the 8-ball, goes up 1-0 against Tom. Now, this is a very different rack than what we saw in the first match. I think at 20 minutes in, or 10 minutes in, excuse me, 20 minutes on the clock, we were on our 3rd or 4th game, maybe.
Yeah, and that's because Tom really took his time on the finish, used most of the shot clock on every single attempt, and even in the counter clearance, Damian just needed to cross the T's and dot the I's, but he does get out eventually and successfully to kickstart his match here. Wasn't with us in Kansas City, but was there in Louisiana.
Yeah, and
super player.
He really had a great time in Louisiana. Of course, Jam Up Apparel with the beautiful Colorado Open jerseys. I've actually got lucky enough that I have the Louisiana Open jersey, the Kansas City Open jersey, and now I have a Colorado jersey. So it's going to be something that I collect along the way because it's part of the journey for me, but they're also really comfortable. So if you go to the Gem Up website, I'm sure you can order them. If not, they have them here at the venue.
First glimpse of the Tom Cousins break. It is notorious in English 8-ball, one of the biggest breakers in the world. And no surprise that with a slightly heavier cue and slightly bigger balls, he can get even more power through that pack. And you're not going to see him cut breaking anytime soon, as long as that front ball break works for him. And plenty of our UK listeners who might be interested to know, because it is only early evening across the pond right now. I'm sure some watching, Tom Cousins fans, friends, family, all the rest of it. You might want to know the equipment that Thomas is using. He's managed to borrow himself a cue from his old buddy Chris Melling. It's Chris's spare. It's a Q-Tech, and that's what Tom's using for this event.
It's actually the brand new X line that came out. He's shooting pretty well with it.
I mean, he could shoot pretty well with a broom handle, to be honest with you, but yeah, it's been a bit more like it from Tom Cousins.
Yeah, he looks a little more. The first rack is always tough for anybody.
And I think it was a tough first rack as well.
Yeah.
It was a funky layout. There was a problem that was really difficult to solve.
You know, that's not the best spot, but he can see it, so he should be good. Now, a lot of these guys that travel over, they don't have cues that are intended for the balls that we have, so the balls over there are much smaller. So you can have a
he's just going to go?
tip. Oh, no.
Oh, just stays on the table.
Oh. He better take a breath after that one.
Yeah, he's okay. He's danced a bit with the devil there as Tom Cousins in that rack, but he gets his first rack on the boards in the USA.
On the first rack, almost 7 minutes. The second rack, less than a minute and a half. Very quick work by Tom. And Damian's got to be feeling like, well, I worked so hard for that first rack. You know, he had to miss and all that, and Tom just gets up and gets a good break and gets out.
Yeah, you
narrowly avoiding the scratch.
You got to get used to that if you're going to play Tom Cousins. He will do that to just about anybody. See, Damian's just got his eyebrows raised a little bit there when the camera came to, and I think that's because he was right in line with that cue ball heading towards the middle pocket.
And Damian's been around the game for a long time. Great player. Actually, unfortunate that Joey Gray had to withdraw from the shootout because Damian and Joey kind of grew up playing together when they were much younger. So it would have been cool to see them back together, having the conversations. And unfortunately, Joey, not able to make it, was replaced by Gabe Owen, who will play Joven Bustamante a little bit later today. And if you've never seen Joven Bustamante, and I know you haven't, you're in for a treat because this young man plays very, very well. He's from the Philippines, and he loves to play some 8-ball.
Well, you can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah.
So TC once again at the table. He's looking at these stripes.
He's very much a touch player, as far as I can tell. He's just able to touch the balls, and he doesn't have to do anything crazy with the cue ball.
I think we do see that a little bit, especially with the guys who are so used to, you know, English 8-ball coming over, because the balls there are so much smaller and lighter. You really just have to poke them around the table. Like, no power really is required. You can float around. Tables like an ice rink.
Whereas here, they carry a little bit of weight with them.
Yeah, but they've still got that ability to play those floaty, touchy shots because that's almost what comes natural.
Yeah. Well, this is not the best opportunity for him here because he kind of ended up at an angle. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think that was always the plan, you know.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's absolutely perfect here. I think he'll have earmarked that 11 as being his last ball. He's got a few options as to what he wants to do with it.
Just a little tap on the 2 ball as he comes by after he makes the 11. He's going to have the 8 in the side pocket, taking down rack number 3.
Yeah, and into his strides, Tom Cousins, who, after a bit of an iffy first rack, runs 2 in a row. Damian Pongpanik is going to want his break to turn up eventually.
And Tom looks, Tom's kind of quiet. Spent some time with him. We went out to dinner a couple nights ago. And Tom's kind of quiet, doesn't really jump into the conversation, you know, whereas maybe a Chris Melling is a little more boisterous. Tom's a little quieter, but he's a very, very nice guy. Has no problem holding a conversation. He's not going to shy away from saying hello to you. But
Yeah.
he's very much a serious player on the table. His concentration level is a little scary.
Yeah, really friendly guy. Used to shy away from the media side of things quite infamously, but with the way that the game is now, the way that the world is now, you don't really get to do that anymore. If you're going to be one of the best players in the world, you have to sort of take everything else that comes with it.
Well, and look at this break. Huge break. All the stripes on one side, all the solids on the other. The 8 ball sitting close to the pocket.
Pretty amazing that this is dry, but one thing I will say is he slightly mishit that break, Tom. Almost scratched in the side pocket, which is absolutely not what he's trying to do.
What do you take here? Because the stripes are harder to shoot, but they're all in the same spot. He's going to take the solids.
I think you have to take solids. Let's get a little bit of nip into this.
He
played the natural instead. I like that.
There we go.
Yeah, it's really well judged. Knew he was going full into the strike ball that he played, and that's come out really nice actually for Damian. Because the 2 at the top of the table are the awkward balls. Now he's into the visit. This is pretty routine actually. The first couple of shots are always going to be the tricky ones.
Yeah, and we are going down on time again. All these matches on a 30-minute match timer, races to 6. So it's a possible 11 games in just a 30-minute time frame.
Yeah, we saw that in the first match.
Coming down to the last 10 seconds, I think we were almost in.
Yeah, we got all the frames
I think we were
done
in
though.
Single digits.
We were, yeah, we were. Into the final 10 seconds we went. He's okay. He's not where he wanted to be, but he's okay.
Yeah, the best players are they're going to adapt with how they go. You see players my level, if I miss my shape, I'm going to get a little annoyed. I might throw my hands up. I think Damian specifically is one of those that he says, okay, I just have to adapt.
He's going to have to adapt
here.
Yeah, that's not gone well for him. He's got a big shot to play now. Maybe going to try and sneak this in off the 8 ball. Oh, we could slide by. Wow. Oh, that's just knowledge of the tables and the conditions. Didn't look on.
He knows the cloth is slick, and he knows he can get a little bit of help from that rail. That's a great shot, and it's going to be a great out to tie this up 2-2 right around the 16-minute mark when Damian makes his 8 ball.
Yeah, the match clock does stop for the racking of the balls. So the 30 minutes is pure pool time. We don't put our referee, who's Mark Goff, in this one. We don't put him under that sort of pressure, even though he would thrive in that environment.
Yeah, Mark making his Ultimate Pool USA debut as one of our referees, of course. Head ref Scott Price does an amazing job, but we got to give him a break every once in a while. So we've had the opportunity to have Patricia Murphy over here, as well as Mark and
Daryl Hibbard was here.
Daryl Hibbard was last year at the Kansas City.
He was, yeah. Mark's one of the best in the business. Multiple World Championship final referee.
He's enjoyed his time here in the U.S. so far. We had a little bit of an off day yesterday. We went out to eat and hung out last night, and he's really enjoying it. There it is.
We've had a golden break. Damian Pongpanik doesn't quite know how to react.
Wow.
Caught me off guard there. 8-ball flies in the centre pocket. One of the unique shootout rules, and Damian Pongpanik has profited from it. It's an instant win with a golden 8-ball. And here it is again. And it flies straight in here. There we go.
Big kiss. A little bit of a bump off the 2. Yeah, and Damian just kind of, it's always funny when we see these golden breaks, everybody kind of just laughs about it, except the other guy.
Yeah, Tom Cousins doesn't quite see the funny side.
Yeah, Tom's definitely going to know that the pressure's on a little bit, because that was just a free game. He didn't have to work hard for it.
Yeah, and they make a big difference, because all of a sudden 16 minutes left and we've got one less frame to play almost instantly. Just really changed the dynamic. That's a big break from TC. He'd have been pretty unlucky to have that cue ball scratched in the side pocket there. It stayed up. A little bit of work to do here though. As much power as was in that break, it's not really come out that nicely for him.
Yeah, this is a nasty setup here. It's not going to be an easy out, and I feel like this is going to be a rack where we see that time run down quite a bit.
There's an option on stripes, because the 2 below the cue ball, they are a plant, I believe. You can combo them in the side pocket, but the 10 ball is horrible on stripes. So yeah, what do you do here on solids?
The 10 ball, and then also I think the 14, I'm not sure that it has a pocket past the 15. So
that's what he's going to do about the solids. 5 is now free. Wonder if he is planning to combo the 2 solids in the middle of the table. Don't think they're quite set, but it's not exactly the hardest shot in the world.
And I think it promotes hitting it with a little bit of pace and sending that 7 ball down the table towards the pocket.
He could take them independent of the other, of course, because the 7 goes to the bottom corner and then it opens up access for the 1.
I think that's what he's played here. This is just a little touchy because he's slightly off angle, and he doesn't want to bump into that 1 ball. I think he wants to play for the combo so he can guarantee the angle, or just try and get a better one.
Yeah, I think he's going to play the 7 now. I think that's the right call, because now he's not going anywhere near that 1. Doesn't need to disturb it. Loads of open space to land into.
Just needs to make the ball. A little bit of a sweater there. Used all of the pocket. And really, what looked like a relatively crazy outcome on the break wasn't that difficult for Tom here. He's going to make it 3-3.
Well, that's what he does. He has made a career out of those kind of finishes. He's just relentless. That's the one word I'd use to describe Tom Cousins. He is just relentless. So difficult to put away.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more and more of him. Of course, the shootout is one thing, but it is single elimination. It is very, very quick. And I want to sit out there in the arena away from the commentary box to really get an idea of how he plays Of course, right now it'd be hard to get a seat around the arena as it looks pretty full. The spectators here, great for the game, great for the players. And Damian here would love to have another successful golden break. Not this time. It's going to be a scratch on the break. Top Cat Tom Cousins is going to take ball in hand behind the line. It's in the kitchen. However, he can shoot any direction. So standard rules that you might have learned when you were growing up is that you could shoot out of the kitchen, but you have to contact a ball that isn't in the kitchen. It's not like that here. He could shoot backwards if he wanted to. He's not going to, though. He's going to take the stripes, and I think the out is very, very feasible here.
Yeah, the break's just not really been Damian's friend in this match, and that feels crazy to say about a guy who's had a golden break. But other than that, it's not really going too well for him. And I'm sure he'd trade in that one golden break for just 4 rudimentary, make a ball, have a chance sort of breaks.
Yeah, and this is a good wow.
Now then.
There's the first bobble we've seen, and it didn't take very long to see it. You put a little bit of power in those, and you don't hit the forgiving side of the point, it's going to bobble.
Tom Cousins can't quite believe he's missed that. Must admit, I'm with him. Well, it's catching.
Yeah, and I think the time got to Damian there. Of course, the beeps, they're audible, so the players know where the shot clock is. However, they can be a little heart-stopping. You hear those beeps, you get nervous, you rush, you make mistakes.
It was really interesting, actually, to hear Ricky Evans speak after his match with Shane Thompson. He said when he was at the table, he actually felt okay, didn't feel too nervous, just sort of controlled his breathing, just got through his work. But he said when he was in the chair, not at the table, felt like he was in a straitjacket. And I thought that was such a good way to put it. And it just shows that what we were talking about right at the start of the show, about the sort of pressure that these players are under in this format, it's no joke. Well, they'll tell us themselves.
A nice little bump there by Tom, and Tom's going to take full advantage of the receipt back on the missed ball.
Yeah, it's a good sign for Tom Cousins, is judging that shot really well, because those are the shots that are just different, coming from the English game to the American game. The lighter cue ball in England means you've got to just have knowledge of how those lines and angles work. So sort of muscle memory will be those lines and angles rather than your naturals for the cue ball that's the same size, and that's a good sign that he got a shot like that absolutely perfect.
I'm struggling here because I don't know where the 8 balls got room to go. I don't know if it goes past the 6 ball.
Well, I wonder if he can maybe just draw back here.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit of angle, maybe the wrong angle. So I'm not sure. Tom has, okay. So he's just going to draw back. He's going to take the tougher shot. That was a good shot. He was able to kind of manipulate the cue ball there. Definitely not his preferred shot. But he's going to come out good.
Yeah, those are the shots that Tom just won't shy away from. Very, very good long potter.
Yeah, and even worse, he was just dipped into the 15-second shot clock on that 8 ball.
Yeah.
So the time he'd been giving for the shots prior to that, it's all cut in half now. 15 seconds a shot, made the good 8-ball, and we've got a match here.
We certainly do. It's a shot clock that's really harsh. Tom's got lots of experience on it. Damian probably much less so. And it's just all about how you handle yourself out there. To steal an often quoted phrase, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, and it's the same sort of thing on a 15-second shot clock. Usually it's fine until you make a mistake or until it comes out not how you wanted, and all of a sudden you've not got much thinking time to think of a plan B. When it's plan A, everything's good.
Yeah, and 15 seconds to think of a plan B is not enough.
It's not a long time at all.
But
great break from Tom there. Good chance.
Yeah, and he's got a chance to. This is a huge swing of a game here to take a 2-game lead versus, being tied up again.
All that just sliding through the gap there has helped him. And he should be fairly routine from here.
I love watching the way Tom cues up to the ball, because the thing that jumps out to me is just the simplicity of how he shoots the balls. He's not had to do anything crazy, so he's not going to. And the old saying that my dad used to tell me when I was learning to play pool is, keep it simple, stupid. KISS. So keep it simple. Don't make any crazy rash decisions, and everything should be fine. And that's what's going to happen here. Tom keeping it simple.
It's what he does so well. He makes the game look so easy. Often have said about Tom Cousins, he's so unflustered at all times. It almost looks like he's playing in his living room in his slippers, just strolling around. Doesn't look like he's in a tournament at all. It looks like he's at home. He's comfortable, putting his feet up. It's a great asset to have, and he does get nervous, I can tell you that. And I've spoken to him plenty of times and known him long enough to confirm that he does in fact feel the heat, but he never ever shows it. Just looks so relaxed and calm in all situations. And even if at times that's not the case on the inside, it's a great asset to have. Bit of a poker face really in that sense. And it can be a bit unnerving for his opponent, because you're just watching this guy stroll around on cruise control, just running rack after rack after rack, and it almost looks like he's not even trying.
And it's a different style. It's kind of like we've talked about in the past with Chris Melling, with how quickly he almost runs around the table and just absolutely dismantles people. It's a very scary thing to be in the other chair.
Yeah.
Because you're just thinking, wow, this guy is moving so quick and he's not making mistakes.
Yeah, in a different way, they both make the game look so easy and simple. Damian has made himself a ball off the break. Better late than never. Tom Cousins is on the hill, so Damian needs this.
And not only does he need it, but he needs it and then needs something else after it.
Yeah, he needs to go pretty quick as well. 7 minutes, there's time, but he can't afford any more mistakes, that's for sure.
Not only that, but he also doesn't want to get into a bind on this rack, because that may draw it out and take time off the clock. Worst thing in the world is to have to get into a safety battle with only a few minutes left in the match and being down 2 games.
Yeah, he's gone up and down this left side rail a couple of times now, but everything has been taken care of. Just
gonna have some angle here, and the slickness of this cloth, it's not gonna be his preferred shot, but I think he's got to drag over to the right side of the table with the cue ball. A little bit of bottom, and try and hook back around just like that.
Oh,
This is
he
dangerous.
He tried to hit a gap that was really, really difficult to find. I'll try and recover the situation here. Oh, hello. This be some shot.
Yeah, he was trying to get the little bit of swerve on the ball, a little bit of a masse, if you will. Unfortunately for him, the clock beeping in his ear is definitely gonna be something that caused an issue for him there. He knew he was under the gun, and TC now looking to end this and take his very first win of probably quite a few for Ultimate Pool USA.
Yeah, and you can see there just the way that Tom handles himself on the shot clock. Wasn't ever panicked or rushed. He'll hold his extension in his back pocket if he needs it, but he's comfortable hearing those beeps. It's almost a bit of a safety net for him, because he knows then he's in control of the clock. He knows what's happening. And with 4 pretty simple balls left, this match should be over.
And with so much action to come, it's hard to pick a favorite match. This was one of the ones that I was very interested in seeing how it goes. Of course, we've got several more matches coming up, 6 in total left in the first round. Our next match, after Tom Cousins takes down this one, it's going to be a 6-3 win. We're going to have Chris Melling and Tyrel Blowers, but TC is our winner for this one. Wow, really played strong in his first opening match of Ultimate Pool USA.
Tom Cousins' Ultimate Pool USA debut is a victorious one. This is what he does. Tom Cousins wins, and he wins his debut match in the shootout as well. As we bid farewell to Damian Pongpanik, Top Cat rumbles on in the shootout.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Colorado Shootout. Tom Cousins joins me in the arena. We've had plenty of these interviews over the years, TC, but not one stateside. So the first question is, before we get on to the sort of pool, how are you finding the US so far?
Yes, I love it out here, and I love the game. I haven't played it much before, especially this size table, but yeah, really enjoy playing American pool, and looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I spoke to you before you came out here when we were both back in the UK, and remember telling you that I figured you'd really like out here because the whole culture is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it right now. Like, this is a working day. It's a Friday, and yeah, the place is pretty full. People are here to watch you, and you've really embraced that this week, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves pool out here, and lovely club, and just really looking forward to keep going, Jamie. Really, I played all right, missed one or two that I shouldn't have, but I've got a nice queue, so I should be hopefully all right.
Yeah, and that was one thing I was going to ask you. Is obviously when you make that transition, there's a few things that are very noticeably different, and that was always going to be a bit of a question mark coming in, wasn't it? And obviously for yourself, not just for us, but how did you find it out there? How are the conditions? How was the cue ball? That sort of thing.
Yeah, well, the TV table's completely different to what we've been playing on for the last 2 days. So one or two loose positional plays, but just something I've got to get used to. And I borrowed a cue off Chris, which is one of the best, I think. So. Yeah, I'm happy.
And in terms of how you're approaching the game, pretty much exactly the same as the plan in the UK. I'm guessing the patterns don't change too much for you?
No, I mean, they will change a little bit because I'm more than happy to leave a ball down the rail on there.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to leave myself a double where in England I would. So, but you've got plenty of room to play with, so it's all right.
Well, into the next round you go, and excited to see how you get on, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Well played on a great first match. We've still got plenty to come. And speaking of Chris Melling, he's in action. Next, he takes on Tyrel Blowers when we return.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
All right, guys, and we are back. And what a match do we have here for you today. Mr. Tyrel Blowers, 20 years old from Wyoming, against the magician Chris Melling. Stephen Wyatt joined alongside Mr. Adam Williams. Adam, how you doing?
I'm good, Stephen. How you doing, mate? Thanks for having me.
Well, I'm doing better than Tyrel is right now because he's had a tough first break. Cue ball going in, and Chris is going to go to work in the fashion that he goes to work in very quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting contrast because watching Tyler, he shoots really well, but he's super steady, and I think he'll use a lot of the shot clock up. Versus, as we know with Chris, I think he was on a 5-second shot clock.
Yeah, Tyrel is very, very good on this table, but Chris is an absolute maniac. So it's going to be interesting to see. Chris here has got himself set up pretty well. Yeah, and he's played that shot well. Chris looking to make a splash here in Colorado. He's the reigning champion of the Open event, but he's yet to win a shootout event.
Yeah, he's come close a couple of times, but he's just been pipped to the post.
Yeah, so loses to Jordan Shepard in the finals of the Kansas City shootout. And I believe he lost to Darren Appleton, who was the eventual winner in the Louisiana shootout. There you see Chris. Chris is always one of those guys he's just having fun. He enjoys the crowd. He enjoys the people. He enjoys, being at these events. Tyrel's an interesting one because I've seen him around the United States at different events. He's very quiet.
Yeah.
He's kind of, he's young.
Right. Yeah, he's 20, super young. So he's playing full time, so he's definitely a talent. But yeah, he kind of sneaks under the radar when he comes into a ballroom, but he's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and it's a really cool thing to see when you have a young talent come in and who's just the passion is so prevalent in their character. It's a lot of fun to watch somebody like that, and of course somebody who's experienced like Chris here. Chris is going to get a ball down here, and wow,
that's a great spread for him.
Yeah, this is really good. I didn't even get to see the 5-ball fly in. Cue ball almost fell, but it's going to be a phenomenal start here for Chris. Taking the stripes here. And Chris there's a reason they call him the magician, but he doesn't always have to do any magic. Sometimes he just does those simple things that allow him to run the table and run them quickly.
Yeah, I think people see his highlight reel and think he can't play shape or he's always out of line, but I think his cue ball's just one of the best in the world, honestly.
Yeah, the guy has accomplishments a mile high, and that's something that Denver knows about is being a mile high, and Chris has got it. So his list is very, very long, but he wants to add a couple more things to it as he takes a 2-0 lead really wanting that shootout title. I know he wants it bad. Magician Chris Melling. So let's talk a little bit about this. So we're here at the Rec Room Underground, and I know we came in here with a little bit of help from our local league operator.
Yeah, we've got Greg. He's doing a great job. I say he's got a couple of locations going already, and obviously, as you know, after the event, we've had a lot of people, a lot of interest, and definitely if you're local, definitely check it out and see what you think of the league. I say it's going down really well with everyone. The players are loving it here, and we've had Scott and everyone who's had a chance to go look at the session, and it's been great to be involved during the league as well, during the week, so it was fantastic.
Yeah, and if you've been living under a rock and haven't been paying attention to what we're doing, the grand finals in October of 2025, that's going to be an incredible event because that first place team is going to walk away with $100,000. That is a lot of money. And second place, probably going to be a little upset, but still walking away with 50 grand.
Yeah, it's not a bad second prize at all.
If you're interested in the league and you want a shot at $100,000, definitely reach out. Let's find your local league operator, or if you don't have one, reach out and figure out how you can become a league operator. It's a lot of fun. I promise you'll enjoy the job, and it'll be like you never work a day in your life.
Yeah, Tyrel broke dry here, but it's definitely going to be a messy rack, so might be a good one.
And our referee, Scott Price, making sure that the ball's not touching. I'm unsure of his call, but I'm sure he's notified Tyrel here of what the call is. Of course, touching ball, he's allowed to play away from the ball, no contact needed, just a rail. But he said, I'm just going to make the stripe. He's going to get into a tricky spot here, though.
Yeah, he's I don't know if he can see the 10 ball. Looks like he can. I think that's his only option right now.
Yeah, I think he can see the 10. The problem is he's unable to get underneath that cue ball.
Yeah.
Very well, at least. He's going to attempt. Makes getting shape on your next ball very difficult. And he doesn't want to be on the rail again.
So it's a good shot.
And this is a big shot here. He really needs to be able to get shape on this 9 ball and do something with this 12. Tyrel, a more than capable player, but
yeah, I think he's looking at the breakout here as well.
It's a big ask, and
yeah, thin on the 9.
I think the thing you have to be worried about here is how hard are you hitting it, where is it going, and could it possibly touch that 8 ball? Oh no. And he made a great shot. Unfortunately, the cue ball did not catch the point the way he thought it would.
Right.
Went right into the pocket. So Tyrel probably a little annoyed at that one.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit as well, which is understandable with the start Chris has had.
Yeah, I think he maybe needed to throw that ball, but I'm going to tell you, I got to sit down and talk with Tyrel for several minutes yesterday, and this is somebody who's resilient with what he's here to do. He knows he's here to play pool. He knows he's here to do what he can, and I like him to go pretty deep in the open, and you know it's 2-0. It's not like this is over yet.
Right.
Anything can happen, and you know there's a big possibility that we may see Chris win 6-0, but there's always that chance that we get a comeback and we see some crazy stuff, so only time will tell.
Yeah, it seems to be the thing in the shootout, same as our last match, you know, someone gets ahead and they come back, same as obviously our first match too.
Yeah, the first match coming down to a 6-5 win for Ricky Evans.
Yeah, with 10 seconds to go.
Who's done real well in this shootout format.
Yeah, it suits him. He's good at shooting quick, and he's definitely comfortable with the format. He enjoys it, so definitely think it suits him.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching players who play in their first Ultimate Pool event immediately come back to the next one.
Right.
And I have a feeling that we're going to see those same players at our next event whenever that may happen. And that's always cool to see, is you just see these repeat players over and over. Oh, they went to Louisiana, they went to Kansas City, now they're in Colorado, and next they're going to be wherever we end up. So it's a lot of fun to see the repeat customers that enjoy the format.
And it's a great testament to our team, So, as you know, we're all hands on deck, and we do everything we can to make their experience good. So if they come back, it's just a great compliment for everyone on the team.
Yeah, we've had great, really good conversation with a lot of people, and they've always enjoyed the format. So, and right now, Chris here with a 3-0 lead. Chris Melling here. Another big break at hand. Watch out, cue ball. He's good. Oh, wow. Well, I know what you don't want to take here.
Right. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. 3 stripes down. Opening shot on the 9-ball. Everything is tic-tac-toe.
So yeah, his most difficult shot's this one, and that's probably going to be it. Difficult for me anyway. He just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, I don't think either one of us are getting out here, but obviously Chris Melling is not going to put up much of a fight against this layout every time it comes up. Could have maybe used a little bit straighter, but I mean, Chris does Chris things. Really controls the cue ball well. Ooh.
Inch perfect, he would tell you.
Yeah. And Chris here really not giving Tyrel much of an opportunity. Tyrel made a few mistakes on the break, so he's just didn't make anything last time. Scratched on the first one, and Chris just really bullying his way on the table. For being such a nice guy, he can definitely be a bully on the table. It's very intimidating playing somebody like Chris. We have such a nice venue here. It's a little bit smaller than what we've used in the past.
Yeah, it's.
But I like the intimacy of it.
Yeah, it's going to be super loud when everyone gets here for the later matches. But I say the room has been great, and all the staff so accommodating. Yeah, again, we've had a great reception, and we've definitely made everything work, and the players will have a great experience.
And I love seeing some of the players around the arena. Amy Beecham, Sofia Mast is in the back doing some challenge matches with our social media guru Aiden Mevlett, and then of course our reigning shootout champion Jordan Shepard looking on from just behind Chris's chair earlier. Lots of great players in the room getting ready for their matches, whether they're playing in the shootout or the open event that starts around 4 o'clock. Of course, we will do all shootout all day. We will crown a shootout champion tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to kick things off with the open event while the women's and the juniors event gets underway as well. And we're going to give away 4 trophies, 4 titles, and of course 4 paychecks for 4 different players Or maybe all the same player. Who knows? Sofia Mast has the opportunity.
Right, yeah, no, she's definitely in form, I say, and she's seems excited to be here. She seems in good spirits, so she's probably on a high still from a great couple of weeks for her. So
well, and if you become a junior world champion, I'd be on a high too.
Right.
Chris here just really doing, I use this adage a lot, but doing what Chris does, just making it look easy.
Yeah, and I say, it's a hard thing to do just to make something look so simple.
And you can't fight with that. So, big lead here for Chris. Not saying that it's in the bag, but there's definitely a very big hill to climb for Mr. Tyrel Blowers.
Yeah, I think Tyrel needs a good break, and hopefully Chris breaks dry or comes up with a mistake on the next one, and he's right back in it.
Yeah, well, and you know, Tyrel, as we're looking at him in the chair, he looks so, he looks like he's in control, like he's poised. Obviously, he's got to be a little upset with how everything's gone so far, but I love seeing somebody who doesn't look distraught. They don't look like they're mad at themselves or that they're beat up inside. You know, he's got his head held high, so he's definitely got the right mindset, and a dry break might help him out here.
Yeah, and say, here's his chance.
Big hill to climb, but it is climbable. As we see the mountains and the logo of the Colorado Shootout in the background. And this is going to be a decent start here, getting that 3 ball out of the way.
I don't know if he'll leave it for later and go back up the table, just because the 1 ball goes in the bottom right hand pocket as we're looking. Might be an easy way to get on it.
Yeah, you're right. His 7 ball is another one that he's probably weary of, making sure that he gets the right shot on it. I don't think you want to shoot the 7 to get down to the 1. I think he wants to shoot the 4 and do something with the 7 now. I think this might be a mistake here. It's going to make it difficult to get the shape that he wants on that 1 ball.
Yeah, I think he's looking that the 7 goes if he gets the right angle.
Might be looking to... He's going to have to punch this forward, which on a slick table isn't always works out the best way you want it to. So it's just going to come down to execution and how well he can hit this ball. This is why he's at the table and I'm in here.
Yeah, but he's still a little bit funny on the... I suppose he's going to stun it up. Still a tricky little shot to make sure you're on the 3.
Yeah, he can't see the 3 ball, so he's going to have to shoot the 1. I think he can see it in the corner, either corner. But the question is, how do you get a shot on the 3 afterwards? And it looks like he's going to cut it bottom right. Oh, and he caught the 3. Just an unfortunate series of events here for Tyrel. Gets an opportunity, and he just had tough issues getting from the 7 to the 1. Well, and this is a pretty good opportunity here for Chris to go ahead and take this match. Tyrel, I'm sure, will be a little disappointed that he didn't do better, but when you're playing somebody like Chris, you know, sometimes you catch him on a good day and you may never shoot.
Yeah, so I think bar one safety shot from Chris. Every time he's came to the table, that's been it. And obviously, he won that safety battle too. So it's definitely a tough ask.
They say you can learn a lot about somebody by how they lose, and unfortunately for him, we're going to get to see how Tyrel does react to that loss, because Chris is going to win this match 6-0. But congratulations, Chris Melling taking down Tyrel Blowers in a really, really class match by Chris, and we will get a word with him when we return for more Ultimate Pool USA. Stephen Wyatt and Adam Williams in the booth. We'll see you in just a second.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back to Ultimate Pool USA. Phenomenal match for Mr. Chris Melling, taking down Tyrel Blowers 6-0. I got to talk about this. Your break was magnificent. I mean, you made 4 balls twice, didn't you?
Yeah, I made 3 or 4 balls nearly every time I broke. Apart from the last break, I didn't make one. And then Ty missed a chance to win. Played a poor positional shot to get on his second to last ball. But all in all, I felt I played really well.
Yeah, you absolutely did. I think for him, hats off to him. He didn't get much of an opportunity against you. A scratch on the first break, and then a dry break on the dry break on the second one, and you just went to work. The kid plays good, but you really showed why you're the magician.
Yeah, and in a race to 6, you've got to take your chances, and 1 or 2 mistakes can be 6-0, it can be 6-1 very easily. And obviously Ty, in my opinion, is the best 18-year-old kid I've seen. Brilliant player, and for me, without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to be a Mosconi Cup player.
Well, that's huge hats off to him, and I know he'll appreciate hearing that. I got to ask you this: you're the reigning champion of both open events. You haven't won a shootout yet. Is this what you're here for? Do you plan on trying to snap this off? I mean, is this what your goal is?
Yeah, obviously every event that I ever play in, I try to win the tournament. I wouldn't play if I didn't think I could win it. Obviously the shootout, again, it's a race to 6. It's quick fire, the shot clock's on you, and it's going to be tough. I'm definitely in the hardest section of the draw. There's no doubt about that, but obviously winning the other 2 events that I've won in Louisiana and Kansas gives me a lot of confidence, and hopefully I can go for a 3-peat.
Yeah, well, there's a couple guys that are looking to not allow that. I think one of them is going to be coming up next. The Welsh Wizard, you look forward to taking him on again if you get the opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. You know, me and Jordan have a lot of good battles over the years, and it's always close between me and Jordan. He's such a great attacking player, and he's one to watch because he's so exciting. He plays fast, he gets on with it, he doesn't worry about who he's playing, and you know, when you mix all that up, it's a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, well, he's got a tough match next. It's going to be Jordan Shepard and Chris Reinhold. That match is going to be next, and we'll be back in just a minute with that.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live with the Colorado Shootout. Jordan Shepherd in action here, taking on Chris Reinhold. Wales versus the USA for the second match in a row. Jordan Shepherd, who won the the Kansas City Shootout, I should say, in our last open event, has got a pretty tough first round draw here against Chris, who's playing in his second Ultimate Pool USA event. He was with us in Louisiana. And a pleasure to welcome into the commentary box Melissa Little, the Viper, is with us. First of all, thanks so much for joining us on the commentary, Melissa. What have you made so far to what you've seen around the venue here in Colorado?
Well, this is the first time I've been to this pool hall, so I was amazed how beautiful it is. You know, I've been kind of out of the loop for a little bit, but, you know, I felt like I need to come down and check it out and see what was going on, and brought my mother with me. But, yeah, these guys are amazing players. I'm looking forward to being here with you and sweating these matches.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have your company, and I almost feel like I owe you a thanks for welcoming us in as a native Colorado resident who've been very, very well looked after since we've made the pretty long trip over here from the UK.
Oh, I'm sure.
Beautiful part of the world, though. Very, very worth the trip. Even without this brilliant event that we've got, I'd be pretty happy here, I think.
Oh, for sure. Ooh, almost scratched.
It's actually come out pretty nice for him because he's pretty flush on this 3, I think, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. The position next will be, we'll see what happens here. He's going to have to run into some balls, maybe. Nope, he did pretty good there. He had less angle than I thought. This is not easy, though. You have to get pretty good on this 2-ball in order to get on the 8-ball. Perfect. Oh, he should be fine. Just roll it on in.
Yeah, could kill the cue ball just off the rail, and that's pretty perfect.
Yep.
First time I've seen Chris play properly, sort of in the same environment, and what immediately jumps out is he's a player who likes to get on with things. He's not waiting around. That first rack did not take very long.
Nope, not at all.
And I know you were saying to me earlier you've not seen Jordan Shepherd play before. He's cut from the same cloth. He might even be even quicker. One of the quickest players I've ever seen play. And when he's in full flight, a joy to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays.
Only his second American event, Jordan Shepherd. He joined us in Kansas City for what was his first trip to the States. It was a very, very successful one. His first ever American pool tournament. He won it.
Amazing. That's good for him.
I did say to him, I said, don't get used to this. Like, this can't always be the way. But yeah, he had a great week out in Kansas City, and no surprise to see him make the trip to Colorado, having enjoyed himself so much there.
So did he go back home and then come back here, or he's been here the whole time?
Oh, I think he'd love to have been here the whole time, but he's been a busy boy.
Okay.
As we see Chris break off, and if that's how Chris is going to break today, he'll have a pretty good day, I expect.
Yeah, it looks like maybe stripes might be the option here, since that 4-ball is tied up.
Yeah, the 11's tied up with it.
But he has more options with the other stripes. Although I think, I don't know which rules they're playing by, but, you know, sometimes the first shot you can hit whichever ball for a combo.
No dirty combos.
Okay.
I can tell you, yeah. International 8-ball rules is what we're playing.
Okay.
So pretty standard, to be honest with you. There's not a huge amount of big changes. It's what sort of makes the rule set so accessible. But one of them is no dirty combos to start your visit.
Okay.
And the issue for Chris is he missed his development shot, and all of a sudden this is now quite a tricky finish.
Yes, it is. Although, you know, he still has that 3 to work with. He could potentially be out. You know, he's got a breakout shot with that 3-ball, but it's not easy. I'm sure he wanted to break it out a little sooner.
Oh, this changes things.
Yeah, it does. I'm not sure.
It was a pretty good effort.
Whoa.
It was a pretty good effort, but that just showed how much of a hole he thought he was in, that was the only option to take on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that
I'm
escalated
not
pretty
sure what
quickly,
he
didn't
was.
it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was doing right there, to be honest. Let's see.
So it's going to bring Jordan Shepherd to the table, and it's not the best shot he's ever played first up. He wanted to be on this much nicer than he is.
Yeah, this is not easy right here. He could have let loose of the cue ball a little bit, come back and forth.
Yeah, because he's not got another shot, so he's going to have to use a bit of the equipment.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot the 3 jacked up, that's for sure. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he'll take that.
Oh, he's jacked up on the 4, or unless he makes the 3 now in the corner. I don't know. Yeah, he's going to be jacked up, I think, on top of the 3 to pocket the 4.
Yeah,
he's fine. Perfect.
Fabulous cue assist, Jordan. And one of the things that was a real question mark when he came over in Kansas City, and still remains a bit of a question mark in truth, is how he can adapt, because he's very used to English 8-ball with its lighter cue ball, smaller pockets, all that sort of thing. Just completely different equipment.
Yes.
And that transition is not necessarily very easy. In theory, it's a work in progress, so when you start with a tournament win, it's a pretty good sign, but definitely something I know he's still working on and still feels like he can improve.
So you say is it the one where you have like all red and all
yellows,
black balls?
Yeah,
I've seen that on TV. I've never played it before.
Yeah. So if you saw it on TV, very good chance it was me you were seeing with the with Ultimate Pool. It's been a bit of a whirlwind sort of 3-4 years as they've taken the game to new heights over the pond, and it's just all the fun and games really that come with it. You'll see it with the shootout here. The difference putting a clock into the game really is pretty dramatic, and the thing is, I think it translates pretty well to the American game, because so many American sports are completely contingent on a clock, whether it be football, basketball, hockey, whatever. It's all about the clock, isn't it? So that works as well for pool just as well.
So is that what they do in the UK?
It is, yeah. So match clocks are a big thing. It's Ultimate Pool's calling card, and it's something the USA team have adopted as well. So you can see right there at the bottom of your picture, if you are new watching us, 23.5 minutes left of this match. If it gets all the way to 0 and we've not had a result, we will take the score as it is then, if no one has got to 6.
Oh, okay.
Which is what this race is to.
No wonder they're playing so quick and running out so quickly.
The clue's in the name, Melissa. It's a shootout by name and in nature.
Sure.
It's fast and frenetic. We spoke to Ricky Evans after he won his first match. He played really well, beat Shane Thompson. He described it as, when it was at the table, he felt okay, not too nervous, and could just take it in stride and just concentrate. But he said, when you sat in your chair, it feels like you're in a straitjacket. That's the sort of pressure you're feeling in those last 10 minutes when it's nip and tuck and only a frame difference.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I'm kind of a slow, methodical player, so I mean, once you get into a rhythm, though, that shot clock's not going to play a factor so much, but it's the getting used to it, I think could be difficult, especially under pressure.
Yeah, and that's it, as Jordan makes the 9 there.
Ooh, I think he's fine.
And this has been it's been a bit of a messy clearance this from Jordan, but he's getting over the line, which is the important thing.
Yeah, it's amazing how well he kills balls, with the cue ball. He kills the cue ball a lot.
I think it's a bit of a calling card, particularly from the guys who are used to playing English pool, because it's much touchier, everything's much lighter, so you don't need to use as much power. And I always think it's a little bit of an advantage.
Sure.
That specific technique.
Well, I'm impressed with, you said you have smaller pockets and smaller balls and smaller cue balls. This must just feel like playing in the mud for him.
Well, it is a completely different game.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, different cues as well, because the cues you use for English 8-ball you cannot use over here. They wouldn't last very long with the difference in weight of the balls.
Oh, I see.
So completely different equipment. So you're using a different cue, you're hitting different size balls. The physics of the game is completely different to what you're used to.
What's the difference in the cues?
So we, over the pond, we tend to use a lot of the wooden cues, sort of traditional snooker cues, if you like.
Oh, okay.
But they tend to be a bit smaller, so you're sort of talking a tip size of generally about 8.5 millimeters.
Oh, okay.
Which is small, and some play smaller.
Sure.
So if you tried to break off, for example, with 8.5 millimeter tip, it wouldn't last very long.
Right. So he must feel like he's playing with, a giant piece of wood.
Well, that's the feeling, and it's such a big adaptation, which is why I think it's so impressive how well Jordan did in that first event. But it is a big adaptation, because the way the pockets play is completely different.
Yeah. And to win your first event with new equipment, new game, new balls, I'm impressed. That's amazing. Good for him. Especially because Kansas City, let me share something with you. They have some of the best bar table players in the world.
Oh, they do.
In the Midwest.
They do.
So, good for him.
Well, we'll see some of them later on. In fact, in this tournament, we've got from both eras, we've got David Matlock, who's well known as one of the best ever on the bar box.
Absolutely.
And,
he was my idol when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he still is. I mean, I
was going to say, what changed?
Yeah, exactly. I just finished talking to him a few minutes ago, but I mean, there's so many rumors about Matlock when I was growing up. Like, he went into a room and didn't come out for 6 months. And you're a kid, you're like, really?
Yeah.
And he came out a world champion, and all he had was a bar table and a restroom, maybe a little refrigerator for sodas or something. But we all believed it, because he just is amazing. I mean, he still is. He's still so good.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to welcoming Dave back. And also, from the other scale of the generations, if you like, got Chase Stumfoll, who played really well in Kansas City, so he's a KC native.
Wonderful, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, I saw Gabe Owen here, and of course Chris, Melling, and there's a lot of great champion pool players here, so
that's what we like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's amazing.
And what we do when we get all these brilliant champions is we throw them into a shootout format, which, as we sort of say, is it's not for the players, this event. This one's for the fans. It's not a players tournament.
Oh, that kind of had a little kiss, went downhill.
Yeah, he just ran out of position there, Chris Reinhold, and couldn't bring it back.
Yeah.
He's a little unlucky, in truth.
Yes.
Didn't take much to...
There's your expression for you. He was not liking it.
No.
Anytime
the pictures painted 1,000 words there, didn't they?
Yeah, he should have no problems. This is a big game, too. Race to 6. Either 2-2 or 3-1. This is not good. Jordan loves it.
Well, sure, yeah. One thing we do see, though, in shootout pool, and we saw it in our first match, is because of the speed of the game and the short, sharp shot clocks, we see Justin Bergman in the house. Not that you couldn't see him in that lovely pink number.
Yes.
But he's coming up later on in the final game of the first rounds. We're closing out the first half of the bracket here with Shepherd and Reinhold. But one thing we saw earlier on is that leads can change very, very quickly. Ricky Evans was 4-1 up on Shane Thompson. That went to 5-5 very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, that's one thing. If you're losing the match, these guys just have so much heart. It doesn't take much for them to come back. And I'm not sure, are they playing alternate break or winter break?
Alternate breaks, yeah.
Okay, so even to be down and playing alternate break, that's amazing. It goes hill.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it really is.
But it happens a lot.
It does. It does. And Chris Reinhold there with a bit of a wry smile. He's got himself a couple of frames behind now.
Yeah, not too happy with himself for scratching. But like you said, anything can happen. Anybody could come back. Or he may not. We'll see. You never know. That's what you love about pool. I mean, I've watched Allison Fisher playing Kelly Fisher in Vegas, and I want to say that Kelly was up 8-0 going to 9, alternate break, and never won another game.
Wow.
Allison came back and won hill, alternate break. That's just amazing to me.
It is, and the thing is whilst that obviously is crazy, like,
yeah,
but that does happen. You know,
a lot.
There's you know, it still could be pretty incredible and spectacular, but it's not completely unheard of.
No. So the moral of the story is never quit when you're down, and always just try your best no matter what, because anything can happen in pool.
Yeah, it's one of the strangest sports, I think, in any discipline in the world, because you can play perfect and lose.
Oh, for sure.
And
that's heartbreaking.
It's a very, very strange sport for that. As Jordan didn't have an easy opener.
Ooh.
Surprised he missed that, though, in truth.
Yeah. Oh, this is his opportunity right here. We'll see what happens, but yeah, he like one stroke that shot. You know?
He plays quick.
He does, but on those particular shots, you got to take just a few more strokes. You know, that wasn't an easy shot, being buried, you know, being on top of the rail. Anyways, wow. Okay, so he tied up one of his own, that 14. I'm not sure if it goes in the side or not, but hopefully it does for his sake. Because he clipped that ball that ran into the other balls. Oh, hopefully he can make it right here. Oh, good shot. Good shot.
Yeah, and that's opened everything up at once, hasn't it?
Absolutely. He's on the wrong side of the ball again. But with a little inside, top right-hand English, he can scoot on over. He might be hooked. I'm not sure. He might be. Oh, he is hooked.
He's played that well. But
oh, I thought he was hooked. He thought he was hooked, too. He really had to look at it. So
he did.
And this is not easy. He's not out yet, I hate to tell you, but...
No, he's got some work to do.
Absolutely. I mean, you like shooting a combo. He's shaking his head because he's not sure if he can get out. I don't know. What do you do here? I mean, I don't know if he can see the right side of that ball that's next to the 8. He's going to look again. This is not easy. You know what I think he's going to do? I think he's going to hit the 9 into that and carry him off that other ball. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's an option. I don't envy his position, that's for sure.
This is not easy at all.
Yeah, it's what he played in the end. And
no, too tough.
Yeah.
Although he left the 1 in a funny spot, but it still goes. But I don't know. He's got some work to do here too. Jordan does.
I think that was probably a part of the equation from Chris there, as he thought, well, if it doesn't go and it's very, very tough, what am I leaving? And it's not a lot. And Jordan's gone straight into his bad work here, and that's not come out too nice for him.
No. So Chris's whole idea worked. At the end of the day, it worked. Let's see, what has he got here?
I think it'll just be a safety. He's not going to leave a huge amount, but it's tough to say who's really in the driving seat here. He's made sure to cover the 9 and I think the 11 up to the top left, which is important.
The 9, I think, goes in the corner, doesn't it? It's tough to see from on top, but I think this 9 goes. I don't know. He's looking. We'll see.
What's the bottom right, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Oh, no, he's trying to play safe again. which is, well, that's not too bad right there. He did, well, he's got the 6. I think he's got the 6 ball. Let's see. Yeah, I think he can see the whole 6. Yeah.
Yeah, in which case
that wasn't too good. The only thing is the 8. I don't know if it goes by that 10 ball or not.
Yeah, and on these American tables with side pockets, it's not easy to say. For example, you could probably play that off the 10 quite easily if we were on an English table, but it's not an easy carom shot that on these tables at all.
That point that sticks out.
There we go. He's played to bump into it.
Oh! Run into it that way. There you go. Perfect. Well, maybe perfect.
Well, he has an escape route. It's not easy, but he's got an out.
Fine. Yeah, he should be fine. This is a majorly large game right here.
Oh, has he lined these two up?
Uh-oh. No, he's fine. It's perfect.
Yeah, the 4 passes. I thought for a second they got in each other's way, which would have been a terrible place.
Absolutely, but no, he should be fine. I like how he walked around the table to see what he was going to do with this 8 ball, because it is a little teeny bit funny. So it's not like it easily goes into the side. He's got to draw it back, I would imagine. Maybe he's going to try and hold it again. There you go, and get straight. I don't know about this one. You like this shot? I don't like shooting this shot.
It's not me playing it. Jordan Shepherd didn't mind it, though.
Oh, wow. He hit it so good. He ran right into the point to help him control the cue ball. That was nice.
Yeah, he had to be perfect on that one.
Yeah, because it looked like a scratch shot to me. It still looks like a scratch shot looking at it. But he hit it very well. That was a great shot.
Yeah, he judged it really, really well, did Jordan Shepherd. And Chris Reinhold's got some work to do here, the Californian. He's a 2-time Moscone player. And
yeah, that safety, the unforced errors is what's hurting him right now, because Jordan is just doing his thing and running out when he's supposed to. So his safeties, Chris's safety didn't hold up, and then that unfortunate scratch. So that's really what's cost him the last couple games.
Oh, Jordan was willing that cue ball in.
Oh, almost scratched again in that same corner.
And Chris is going to start to inject some pace. He's already a quick player, but I think he's going to play even quicker here.
Oh, wow. Look at that cue ball just stay right on the edge of the lip of the... What a great shot that was right there. It wasn't easy. Well, here's one of them break and runouts, potentially. Looks like a pretty good pattern he has going so far. Shooting quick, fast, and efficient.
Yeah, he's here for a good time, not a long time in this frame, isn't he? He's going to try and run this one quickly, because we are only a minute away from the 15-second shot clock, which I don't think either of these players are going to particularly struggle with, but in terms of just getting on with their business. But it's one of those shot clocks where it's all well when you've got a plan A, but as soon as you've got to go to plan B, that's when it gets interesting.
It's a big pocket right there.
It is.
Did you see it?
I did. I did.
I didn't realize that the shot clock was continuously. So does it go again after?
We don't take it any further than 15.
7 seconds?
Yeah.
Go. Yeah.
We don't take it any further than 15, but that's with good reason. 15 is very quick.
Oh, absolutely. You have just enough time to go swap your cue.
Oh, Chris.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
that's a crazy mistake.
Oh, that is very unfortunate right there. 2 scratches, a bad safety, and this is where you end up, in the chair.
I'm a little surprised to see him play through that rather than draw it.
Yeah.
Because I felt like that contact, he's unlucky to go in off. I think we can agree with that. The scratch is unlucky, but you felt like that contact with that ball was always there with that shot. Yeah. And the draw shot, it's just the other way around. And I just felt like it was a little bit safer maybe, but easy to say from my position here in the chair. It's Chris who's got the best view.
Yeah,
I wonder
but
if he could take that back.
oh, I guarantee you he would love to, because it was really unnecessary. Like you say, he could have drew the ball back. There's no reason to go forward and even think about running into that ball, or I'm not sure. It was just a lapse. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes pressure gets you. Sometimes you just are shooting a little quick out of your mind. But yeah, that was he's kind of giggling at himself, because he's like, oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. But
well, you've never played on sort of the shot clocks like this, but you must have had experiences in your own pool career where it just feels like you're in the tumble dryer, aren't you? And you're just getting bounced around. Nothing's going right. And the next time you're up to something, you're still not quite recovered from the last thing that happened. Maybe that's what's going on for Chris right now.
I think so, because that's really something I don't think he would normally do. And that's why I think he's giggling at himself, because he's just like, oh my gosh. I just don't think he was anticipating that happening. Obviously, nobody likes to scratch, but...
Oh, is he going to end with a golden break? Not quite. Yeah, if that 8-ball had gone in, that would have been an instant win in shootout rules. That's a tournament-specific rule, that one.
8 on the break.
I've seen one already today.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't decisive in the end, but it was a golden break nonetheless.
It was definitely close. So 5-1, he's already... Wow. Let's see how those mistakes, but nobody's ever out. I mean, we'll see...
Yeah, no surprise here to see Jordan just play safe, because he holds all the aces. He doesn't have to push the boat out here. He's going to make Chris do that. Chris is going to try.
Kick it in. Oh. Well. So if that had gone in, he would have continued to shoot. Is that correct?
If the stripe had gone in, he'd have been okay there. Yeah, you can play a carom. It's just not a dirty combo.
I got you.
Yeah, it's just a case of playing that legal shot. So if you're nominating solids and you hit a solid first and you pot a solid, that's okay. You're good to go.
Excellent. Yeah, he should be fine here. I don't think he wanted to be that close to the rail, but he should be fine. Just back and forth on the 4, or he might choose to shoot this in the side. Just clip it, shoot the one inside, just like that.
Oh, he's played that perfectly. That's a beautiful shot from Jordan Shepherd.
Yes.
Going to pick that up with his hand and place it any better. This match is over.
Yep. Unbelievable how fast it went.
I told you it'd go quick, didn't I?
Oh my goodness.
Well, a super performance from Jordan Shepherd as he gets a commanding 6-1 victory over Chris Reinhold. The Welsh Wizard is back in form in the shootout as he looks to defend his title. Melissa, thanks so much for joining me
you guys.
in the booth for this one. Really, really enjoyed it, and hope to have you stick around a little bit for the course of the weekend.
Absolutely, I'll be here. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care.
Absolute pleasure. We'll speak to Jordan in just a sec. Welcome back, everybody. Colorado Shootout here at the Rec Room Underground in Denver. Jordan Shepherd into the next round, into the quarterfinals, and the shootout run continues, Mr. Shepherd. Well played, first of all. Chris, a tough opponent, but the match started really well for you, and you're such a good front runner. That must have been quite a satisfying feeling. It felt like the frame to go 3-1 was big, and then he was chasing for a lot of that match, and when he was chasing, made a few more mistakes than he would have liked.
Yeah, I think he played, like, obviously he's a 9-baller. I know he's one of the top American 9-ballers, so I was kind of hoping the frames went the way they did. I get easy chances, he gets the tough chances basically, and he had a couple of bits of bad luck, like one of them when he's got in off up the top, and I had a roll to go 2-1 up, but in general I think I played alright, played pretty good.
How does this compare to Kansas City? First of all, we'll talk about the on-the-table stuff, because that was your first ever American pool event. You won it, but that's not usually how it's supposed to go. But we talked about it at the time, you know, it was such a big transition, completely different game. How do you feel coming into this event? Now you're one game in as well. How do you feel compared to that? Do you feel like you've noticed a big change, or is it still figuring it out?
Still figuring out as such, bruv. McDermott sent me a cue. I got it Monday, so I can actually screw back now, which the last event I couldn't screw back, so
it helps, doesn't it?
That helps, so I can play a few more shots. Like I had one there when I had to screw to land to get on the black, and with the other cue I used, obviously it was a great cue off Stephen Wyatt, but like I couldn't screw back for whatever reason. I don't know why, but now the ball's coming back, so
it helps, doesn't it?
It's a touch, yeah. But yeah, it's just stick to your patterns, like, and obviously if you do run out of position, I think we all, especially the Brits, they pop that well. Like you just pop the next ball, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and how does the event feel? I know you obviously had an amazing time in Kansas City. You really enjoyed it. You've been in Colorado for a few days. I know you brought your brother over with you as well for the trip, so enjoying it?
Yeah, he's babysitting me, so on
your best behaviour.
Give the pig a job, less of a job. Sorry, he's at home. Yeah, it's been good fun. Obviously, I don't get to see him all that often, my brother. So it's good having him here. Just someone to chill out with, you know. Obviously, all the other lads are here as well, and everyone in America treats us great. So yeah, really enjoying our time, and hopefully I can keep winning. But the draw don't get much harder, really.
No, it doesn't. I was going to ask you about that. You know who you're playing in the next round, I take it.
Yeah.
So a repeat of the shootout final. Excited for it though?
Yeah, of course. Anytime you get to play Chris, it's a great occasion. Obviously, he goes for his shots, and if you do get beat, you're not starting your chair long because he gets on with it. So
well, the pair of you, I think, have played 2 matches there. You've dropped 1 frame between you in about 20 minutes. So
yeah,
if you keep that form up, we'll be in for a good one.
Well, you lot will be on our team, I think, because you'll get an earlier night. Like, but yeah, it's good. Obviously, hopefully it fills up later on, a bit more of an atmosphere. I think it will at night. A few people have a few beers and stuff. So yeah, hopefully we can put a show on.
Well, we're looking forward to it, Sheffy. Well played.
Thank you very much.
And we've got another match on for you in just a second. It should be an absolute cracker, this as well. Former US Open champion Gabe Owen is in action. He takes on Joven Bustamante from the Philippines next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increase is it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Colorado Shootout live from the Rec Room Underground in Denver, Colorado. As we see Gabe Owen breaking off here to kick off his Shootout day. He takes on Joven Bustamante. This should be a really, really good game. Looking forward to it. Gabe did have a taste of the Shootout in Kansas City. Went pretty well there, but would have loved to have gone even further. It was a late replacement, was Gabe, but he was pleased to get the call, I'm sure. Jumped at the chance to get himself in another shootout situation. Been in since pretty early this morning, shooting some balls, so I'll be hoping he's fighting fit to take on Joven here, who's quite well fancied. He's a bit of a dark horse in this tournament. No one's ever won a tournament though sitting in their chair. Really like the way that Gabe's taken these out so far. Just really smooth and clinical. And the former US Open champion. He's just thinking about his work here. There's a few different ways he can go. Oh, he snuck a little bit of angle there. Cheated the pocket, drifted it in off that point. Now he's where he wants to be. It's the two Steves in the booth, by the way. Is Stephen White,
Mr. Jameson. This is actually, it's kind of a weird turn of events. This is one of the matches that I was excited about when it was Mr. Joey Gray. Unfortunately, he had to pull out. It's still one of the matches that I'm pretty excited to watch because Gabe Owen has played this format before. he obviously enjoys it because he jumped at the chance when we needed a replacement for Joey. So this is going to be a good match. Gabe, former U.S. Open champion. Joven, maybe a little more unknown, but plays phenomenal. So this should be a good one.
Gabe's taking this first rack out really, really nice. It's been clinical from Gabe Owen this. He's taking his time about things, you know, broke off at 30 minutes and it's taken the best part of 3, but just super, super solid. Good pattern, executed it well, and that's really all you can ask for if you Gabe Owen. And then he goes 1-0 in front.
And there you see Mr. Joven Bustamante. Joven's from Arizona. He plays a lot with a good friend of mine, Mr. Nick De Leon. And Joven's one of those players that jumps at the chance at really just to play anything, just to be on the table. He really enjoys just playing. So I feel like once he gets that first rack nerve out of the way, I feel like he'll really have fun with this format. So,
well, that's the key, isn't it? I really do think a big part of this format, more than any other, is having some fun with it. You can't take it too seriously; it will chew you up and spit you out, as we saw with Tyrel and Chris in the last couple of matches.
Yeah, that was an absolutely brutal match for Tyrel. He just simply didn't get too many opportunities, and the ones that he did get just weren't easy for him. And meanwhile, Chris's layouts looked like they were hand-picked by himself.
Yeah, it didn't get much easier for Chris Reinhold either. He got a few more chances against Jordan Shepherd, but just ran against him really, and it's difficult to row back.
And as you can hear, it's getting a little louder in here. There's a few more players entering in the building. Of course, the Open starts at 4 o'clock today.
Yeah, we just ticked over 2, so I think the practice time has started to get more and more important.
This is such a fun format with the shootout. Sometimes you forget that there's opening round matches of the Open going on. Of course, you can follow all of the brackets on ultimatepoolusa.com. I believe there's a live scoring tab where you can go follow your favorite junior, your favorite lady, or your favorite player in the Open. Some of these players playing multiple events. I know Sofia Mast, our reigning Women's Open winner.
Is she in all 3?
I think she's in 2. I don't know if she's in the Open. I believe
she'll be the only one who's ever played in all 4 events, of course, because she's in the shootout.
This is true.
Yeah, in the juniors and the women's.
And she's got a tough match against Dave Matlock, but she commented on my Facebook page, and she said, I may be the underdog, but I'm going to put up a fight. So all heart for Sofia Mast. I'm definitely, being unbiased, I definitely have a little bit of a hope to see her do well. And
well, it's difficult to not want to see Sofia do well. First shootout appearance, we're chucking her in at the deep end, really, but
with probably the most experienced bar table player in the country, if maybe not the world. Dave Matlock was highly regarded as the best bar box player. Our 7-foot tables here are going to treat him very well.
It was brilliant actually listening to Melissa Little in the last commentary. She was saying she grew up sort of idolizing David Matlock and all the sort of stories and rumors that went around as they were kids about him. The rumors were that he locked himself in a room with a bar box and a restroom and a refrigerator for 6 months and came out the world champion because no one could quite figure out how he was such a master at that specific table.
Well, and Dave enjoyed the shootout format in Kansas City so much, he said, I had to make the trip to Colorado because I like playing it. And that's telling for somebody who played the old rules.
Absolutely.
I mean, old rules. And he's seen the game progress one way or the other in different rule sets and different types of 8-ball games coming in. And he's really attached himself to Ultimate Pool USA. That's a big tell for him.
Yeah, agreed. As we see Gabe Owen go 2-0 in front. Faultless performance so far from Gabe. See, actually, Dave Matlock's in the back there. You can see just in the back of the picture, shooting the breeze. Joven Bustamante is going to want a visit here, a chance to show us what he can do. He's had none of that so far. Gabe has had 2 visits to the table. He's been perfect.
Yeah, and this is the first match of the other side of the bracket, and we're really starting to see the form of how things are shaping up on that left side, if you want to call it that. There's still 3 more matches to go, but Jordan Shepard, Chris Melling, Tom Cousins, and then what might have been considered the underdog, Ricky Evans. Of course, he's got a 2-0 record against Shane Thompson now. Shane just unfortunate in that very tight-knit match. Wow.
Oh, Joven, how have you not got a ball there?
There's 4 balls in the pocket.
That's tough. It really is tough. Not a lot wrong.
Unfortunate. And Gabe here with another chance to make something happen. Can't put it past Joven to make a big swing comeback if he needed to, because I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, and they're always possible, but they always feel more possible in the shootout environment when the clock is such a factor and mistakes are sometimes a little bit more prevalent. I feel like matches can swing very, very quickly. We saw it in match 1 with Ricky Evans and Shane Thompson. Ricky getting over the line in the end, but not without a big scare. After being 4-1 up, it went to 5-5 in the blink of an eye, really. I love that shot from Gabe.
Yeah, that was such a showing for Shane. Obviously, he's going to say, "Oh, I didn't like it," but Shane is so resilient. He was actually my pick to go to the finals in this tournament. So it just goes to show you that, you know, there can be a favorite, there can be somebody that you believe to be the winner, but the format it's for the fans, and it can make things very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's quite funny actually. The strap line, the tagline of Ultimate Pool USA is it's for the players, which it absolutely is. I'm not disagreeing with that, but the shootout is
for the shootout.
Yeah, the shootout is not for the players. The shootout is just for the fans. Everything else completely player focused, but yeah, this is all about fun and how much we can put these great players under a load of pressure and see what happens.
Yeah, most of the Ultimate Pool USA leagues are about 3 weeks in on the very first session. Of course, we ran a 4-week test session to try and figure out what things could be tweaked and changed, and we got some great feedback from that. And now we are live in our first full session for Ultimate Pool USA, and the tagline there for the players is all about the players for the league. $100,000 grand prize for our grand finals. That's going to be next year in October. Of course, we'll have several events between now and then, and we'll get to follow that as it goes. If you haven't got information on how to join a league, or if you don't have a league in your area and you'd like to become a league operator, a franchisee, reach out to us. Find us on Facebook. You're watching us here. Go ahead and find that information slip and give us a shout, because $100,000, that's nothing to blink an eye at.
It's serious. It's serious, all right. It's a brilliant shot right there from Gabe Owen. Really got through the ball nicely. Wasn't an easy couple of balls to link up, these two, but that was really nice. And again, difficult really to pick much fault with what Gabe Owen has put out here in the first 3 frames. Joven Bustamante has not hit the table yet. And Gabe Owen is roaring into a 3-0 lead.
And it's just really, this reminds me a little bit of Tyrel.
Yeah.
He's just not getting the opportunities at the table to do what he needs to do. And Joven there, you see he's kind of having a laugh about it.
That's what you got to do, isn't it? You've got to.
Yeah, I think he knows that, he simply hasn't had an opportunity. This is not like, pool's not like any other sport. You don't get the opportunity to be on offense while your opponent's on defense. You might not ever shoot.
Yeah, it's not in your control, yeah. It's the only sport I can ever think of where you can play perfectly and lose.
It's very true. And Gabe is looking to do that, is play perfectly and send Joven home for the night, or at least until his open match comes up. All the players in the shootout are in the open, so if one of your players goes out in the shootout, don't worry, they still have a chance to be in the open, and you get to see them play again. There's a big break.
Well, for Joven fans, it's starting to... The prospect of seeing him in the shootout later on tonight is starting to look pretty bleak, because Gabe isn't just playing well on open table, he's breaking well too, and things are starting to look ominous. 3-0 feels like you can come back, 4-0 and starts to just tilt the scales a little bit. Again, just a really nice, subtle little nudge. Really like the way Gabe's gone about his work so far. Been really impressed.
Well, I don't want to get the year wrong, but Gabe Owen was a U.S. Open champion, and I want to say...
I believe it's 02?
I feel like it's maybe 05.
Okay.
Somewhere around that range, so early 2000s. And since then, you didn't see a whole lot of him. He's been here or there, but not a whole lot. But this is another one of these old school players that he liked the format of Ultimate Pool USA, and he wanted to come back again. So it's really cool to see some of the players who quit playing for a while and now they're back. Probably the biggest one would be Justin Bergman, who we're going to get to see later against Cleve Thompson.
Yeah, agreed. 2004. So there we go. We were both in the ballpark.
Yeah, we were very close. I know.
Full 20 years ago now.
20 years ago, and what's funny is you haven't seen Gabe on the stage a lot, but again, he was quick to jump in on Ultimate Pool. So, Justin Bergman, Dave Matlock, Gabe Owen. It's a testament to how much fun the tournament is, because in the end, you never play a tournament that isn't at least fun.
Go enjoy yourself, haven't you?
Yeah. Some players will go out of their way to play what they enjoy to play, and see, of course, Gabe Owen here. So that means that he enjoys it. It is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to watch, and of course, at this level of professional. To be able to get in to an invitational that's for the best of the best players, it's got to feel good to him to be able to get up here and show that he's still got it, that he's still relevant and he can still play the game.
Oh, can't he? I must admit, I think he had a little bit too much angle on that last shot. I think if he could have rolled through, if he was straight, left himself almost a half ball angle on this 10 to go up to the top of the table, it'd have been perfect. Right now, this feels like he's going straight into the 7, and I don't think he can avoid it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to kind of stun it, but that's an opportunity here for Joven, and of course he's been sitting in the chair for so long he kind of jumped up. I believe
he's not going to waste any time.
I believe Joven is going to take this opportunity to try and get the speed of the table down and just take it nice and smooth with everything that he does. Joven, a quick player as it is.
Yeah, you think he's suited to the shootout?
Yeah, I think so. I really do. First real look at how he's playing, but he looks like he's hitting the ball good. His break needs to come together for him to stay competitive, but
it's not like he's breaking badly. That's the thing that he needs to take a bit of heart from. He's hitting the break fine. There's nothing wrong with it. He just needs his luck to start to go his way. But, well, he's had one chance at open table, and Joven Bustamante has won one frame. He's back in the hunt at 3-1. And a big mistake that from Gabe Owen.
Yeah, I think he kind of rushed it, but like you said, it was a positional issue. And then it kind of, it
snowballed, didn't it, as they so often do.
So he's going to have that one in the back of his mind there. You see him.
I don't think it's in the back of his mind. I think it's right there, right at the front right now.
Well, and I think it needs to be in the back of his mind very quickly, because you can't sit there and dwell on that. We've talked about that several times. You need to say, okay, well, that wasn't good, and then you need to erase it. Joven needs a good break here. You see a lot of these players going head on, almost like a timball break. A lot of power and pop. He's got a ball down. He's got multiple balls down. Just needs a good shot opener, and I think he's got it. The 8-ball is in a tough spot. Yeah, balls going into both sides in the corner. Yeah, this is... He nearly had a golden break there, but stopped just a little high. I think for Joven, one of the biggest things for him, because he does like to get very low onto his cue stick, I think he just needs to be aware of his shirt, make sure it's tucked in, because we are playing all ball fouls. And even just the slightest touch, your shirt, your wrist, anything contacting a ball is going to be a ball and hand foul. He went about that in a way that I wouldn't have thought to go.
No, I always thought that
the 8-ball.
Yeah, I just assumed it did, to be honest with you. But I like the way he went about it.
Slow down cue ball.
Aye, perfect. It's a great visit to the table. And all of a sudden, from 3-0 down, looking odds on to be 4-0 down, Joven Bustamante has got himself back in this match. It's 3-2, and it's game on, and this is what we talked about. This is how things can happen.
Not only that, but you look at the time, we're at 13 minutes, 50 seconds, just a few minutes shy of that shot clock dropping down. If I remember correctly, I don't think Gabe had to deal with much of the 15-second shot clock.
Not loads of it, and I mean, even one or two matches isn't enough to get yourself fully au fait with it.
But he's been in the situation, so let's look at this. So Gabe Owen, Joven Bustamante is going to play the winner of Sofia, Mast, Dave Matlock. Of course, you've got Cleve Thompson and Chase Stumfoll, two players familiar with each other from Kansas City. Justin Bergman, and then local Adam Sisneros, all in the first round quarterfinals. Ricky Evans, Tom Cousins, Chris Melling, Jordan Shepard. That's a rematch of our Kansas City final shootout.
Yeah, yes please. If you are just joining us, both Jordan and Chris won their two matches, 6-0 and 6-1. Took them a combined total of about 25 minutes.
Jordan plays so fast, and I mean, obviously we know Chris does, but Jordan, especially in the final, if you go back and watch the Kansas City shootout, he played so quick against Chris and really dismantled Chris without him getting an opportunity. So there's a lot of action coming up here today, guys, and this is just the first event. I'm very, very excited to watch Sofia and Dave Matlock play. I think that's going to be one where your crowd around the arena is going to be stacked.
And right now it feels like it's building up as well. We could be in for a bit of a big finish here between Gabe Owen and Joven Bustamante. Gabe would just be pleased to get to the table and have a chance to stop the rot, really. He was playing so well until he made one mistake, and so far he has only made one mistake. We've had five racks of pool, only one error. At a really high standard. The one ball is going to be Gabe's biggest issue. And I thought it connected quite nicely to the one he just potted, but just needs to play a good shot here. Hit the gap.
Yeah, the speed here is so important.
It's okay, I think. He wanted it to hurry up, but I think it's just got there. Might not have loads of options for the 8 ball. I think he has to come back. Makes it a tougher shot.
Yeah, this is just a nice little tuck draw shot. You're just trying to get your cue ball on the line towards the 15, kind of like that.
Played it really well.
He did play it very well. It's easy to talk about how it's done. That's a very difficult shot to execute effectively and accurately. So, Gabe Owen showing why he belongs in the shootout.
Yes, he is. And Gabe Owen back to that 2-rack lead. He was in such a commanding position. He should have been 4-0 up, but Joven hit back with a quick 1-2 punch.
Well, and I'll tell you what's going to happen here. We are going to end up in a situation where this rack here, unless Joven just runs it out in 60 seconds, we are going to see our first look at that 15-second shot clock starting in this rack, most likely. So, Joven getting this rack down, but also getting to shoot a few shots with that 15-second shot clock, hopefully with an easy run out. I think that'll put him in a good position. You don't want your first shot on 15 seconds to be one that's very tough, and this is very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, he didn't, to be honest, it's unfortunate to scratch, I think it always is, but there's an element of user error there from Joven. If you watch this break again, he's very, very close to scratching in the side pocket, and you know, he can have a few complaints about scratching in the top left, but he was close anyway.
Yeah. And so I think what he's trying to do, and he's not getting the reaction, is he's the pop. The pop on the break. His cue ball is not getting airborne after contact. And that's something that you kind of want. You kind of want it to pop a little bit. It generally helps with the cue ball not going towards that side pocket. But that's neither here nor there now, because Gabe Owen is now in a situation where he's got a pretty clean run out and looking to go on the hill.
Yeah, you're not expecting anything too controversial here.
And the atmosphere in here is getting closer and closer to the open first round matchups, and lots of people rolling in and trying to get a little practice in, along with the shootout going on. So it's a busy place in here. Lots of players enjoying the action. Oh, watch the shot clock.
We just got there. How's the leave? Pretty good. You'll be so happy that that 14's just crept above that side pocket.
Yeah, and that's Gabe's first real brush with the 15-second shot clock.
Oh, how well has he played that? That's perfect. Absolutely perfect from Gabe Owen. This will take him to the hill. So an iffy moment, but two fabulous shots followed, and well, one frame away from a spot in the next round, and Joven Bustamante bidding farewell to the shootout.
And Gabe's really playing well. Again, like we talked about, 2004 U.S. Open champion, good friend of mine, Mr. Bobby Terry, big Ultimate Pool USA fan watching from back home in East Texas, sent me a message to remind me. He's a connoisseur of pool. Of course, he came over to the Louisiana Open. He loved it so much. He plays Ultimate Pool League. He's really enjoying getting to watch all these matches. I know in his mind he'd rather be here, but being that he can't, glad you're watching, Mr. Bobby Terry. Watching Gabe Owen up 5-2 against Joven Bustamante, making his debut. And the cue ball just instantly into the side pocket.
Yeah, it's like it evaporated, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't even see how it happened.
It instantly disappeared.
That was a little crazy. What happened here? That just went straight in. But it went so quickly.
Really bad break that from Gabe Owen, but well, Joven, if it's going to happen, it has to start right here. He needs minimum 3 frames in a row. Gabe can't be allowed to win anymore if Joven is to qualify through here.
Yeah, now Joven, this is his first taste of that 15-second shot clock, and he needs to be weary. You know, you don't want to rush, but he needs to be weary of that shot clock.
Is he okay? I think he's just okay.
I think he can make the 11 in the corner. It doesn't hold much. I believe he has an extension available, but he's going to have to use it.
Yeah, he uses it there.
I feel like maybe taking the 15 in the side here and just bumping the 1 might be the play. I think he's got tunnel vision a little bit, but he played it really well.
Well, he's played that about. That's as good as you can play that shot.
Yeah, that 15-second shot clock can definitely give you tunnel vision at times. Oh, I don't think he's going to like this. Oh, he came out okay.
Yeah, just held up in time. And he's in ship shape now. Here's Joven Bustamante. This 8 ball to keep him alive. And he absolutely fires it in. No questions asked. 5-3.
Yeah, and he's gonna need a little good luck here to get the opportunity to get back at the table. He needs a good break. He needs something available, and then he needs to hope that Gabe has a tough break.
He just needs chances. That's all he needs. And he just needs to believe that what Gabe did to him at the start of the match, he can now do at the end of it.
Yeah, and there's no reason he can't, really. It's just now that time's a little bit more of a factor.
Yeah, it's a little bit more in the lap of the gods, that's it. So 5-3, 2 frames minimum required for Joven Bustamante. That'll take us to a shootout. He can, of course, win 3 to win 6-5. And he'll just take 1 for now. Get himself going. It's a great break. I think a pretty good split as well. There's a great chance here. Solids look really, really good.
Yeah, the 2 ball has an open pocket right there where the 5 ball is. Really all he needs is just to get an opportunity at the 3 to set up for the 2, which he's going to do right now.
Yeah, these should be gone. Come out so nice for Joven, these. Can't really wish for much better than that.
Yeah, you know, he's really taken his time. Sometimes you see players, once that 15 seconds hits, they go straight to their shot, they go straight down and they shoot. He's not really doing that.
Well, he seems quite conscious, doesn't he? You can see him just check back there a moment ago to check the scoreboard, which is in the arena for the players. It's got a big screen with some big numbers on it, so you can't fail to miss your match clock or indeed your shot clock.
And I've seen in the past, unfortunately, a good player from Texas, Mr. Justin Espinoza, the shot clock was kind of a burden to him because he was so worried about it that it caused him to make mistakes that he doesn't normally make. So you don't want that to happen. But you obviously you have to be conscious of what's going on with the shot clock and the match clock, because it comes into play, and it looks like it might come into play here because we have right around 5 minutes left, and Joven Bustamante is going to going to take it to 4-5. He's trailing just one rack, and it's going to be Gabe Owen's break.
Yeah, 2 back, 1 more required to tie it up for Joven Bustamante. And Gabe Owen's chair, I suspect, is a touch less comfortable than it was 5 minutes ago. Getting ready to send all of that considerable frame into this pack. The big boy is Gabe Owen. He's got a big break to go with it.
Well, this is the moment that will tell us what could be possible in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
It's a hammer break. It's an absolute hammer break.
The possibility is that he has an opportunity to get out, but it's not an easy get out. He's got a few balls that he's got to mess around with.
I think you've got to take stripes here.
Yeah, the 10-1-15 combination.
Yeah.
But the time clock doesn't give him much of an opportunity to think.
I'll also say that your first shot on stripes isn't easy. I think you have to take the 11, and that is missable.
And he doesn't have much time. Shot clock running down, waiting till the last second. He made it.
Brilliant shot. That could be a match winner.
That could be the point where, you know, we say, okay, this is where Gabe Owen put the nail in the coffin. But again, the shot clock not giving him enough time to kind of get ready.
So I just wonder if it'll be the 3-ball combo now.
Yeah, I think he's got to take it here, and he's got to take it with a little bit of angle so the 10-ball moves off the 1.
Oh, he'll take that. Look at the position onto the 14 as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure he loves where the 10-ball is, because now he's going to have to draw back. Little mistakes here could cause big problems.
Well, he can save it. He can get up there. There's a fairly sizable gap. Just needs to be anywhere by the left side of the table, near the side pocket, and I think he's okay.
Well, he's got a little bit of angle, but this is going to be a punch shot, and I think the 6-ball's in the way. Unless he's just going to steep draw it, and just get a big draw on it. This could get tough.
Yeah, he's played that really well.
Hit it well.
You can see he just had to limber up for that one, had to elevate the butt of the cue. And he's played that one really well. It's been a bit of a fright for Gabe Owen.
And what could have been for Joven Bustamante, with one simple mistake, we could have seen a lot of different things, but it's not going to be today. Joven Bustamante falls to Gabe Owen here in the Colorado Shootout. Wow, what a match.
Super performance from Gabe Owen, who raced into a 3-0 lead and managed to get the job done in the end, sharing a smile with our referee as well. He's in high spirits, and why not? He's in the quarterfinal of the Colorado Shootout. Job done.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Ultimate Pool USA back from the Colorado Shootout. Gabe, Owen, wow, that was a little tough.
Yeah, I got the break working good. The breaks went for me, and we're kind of going against my opponent at the beginning of the match, which got me to a pretty good lead.
Yeah, Joven, he had some really rough breaks in the beginning, and you didn't give him much chances. But I want to talk a little bit about it because I know you played the last shootout, and who did you play? Blake Baker, and you won that one.
Yep.
And then you played Jordan Shepard, the eventual winner.
Absolutely, yeah.
You didn't have to deal with the 15-second shot clock a whole lot during those matches.
No, and then was it a 15-second extension also in Kansas City, or is that new?
I'm not sure.
I'm not either.
Don't get me to lie.
Okay. But yeah, this was the
had
first
to deal
time.
with it
Yeah,
a lot
early.
here.
Yeah, early in the match. Yeah.
And it seemed like that last rack was really, really touchy. So
Yes.
I know you as Gabe the Babe, but what did you say a second ago?
Yeah, my alter ego is Slim Shaky. So that was kind of coming into. I was trying to keep my alter ego out of that, but this can get a little nerve wracking for sure.
Yeah, it definitely.
It's
can.
exciting.
I get worried in there. So it looked like you were kind of having fun with it. It looks like
yeah.
you're back to
What are you going to do?
Having fun with pool.
As much as I can, Yeah, absolutely. This is a fun format. It really
this
is.
format is all of. It's for us. It's for
Yeah.
everybody sitting around here. It's not for you guys, unfortunately. But
no, it's good. It's still you still got to be a good queuist. You got to be a good queuist to play this game for sure.
Well, it looks like you had fun. You're going to take on the winner of the next match, Sofia Mast and David Matlock.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be interesting to see how that goes. So congratulations, and we'll see you in a little bit. Sofia Mast, David Matlock on the way, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be one of the best matches of the day, I think.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players, that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increase is it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. It is Sofia Mast versus David Matlock, and I'm joined by the very talented and knowledgeable Miss Amy Beecham. Amy, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful. The shootouts, it's blasting along. We've seen some good matches. You've been sitting front row, huh?
Yeah, I've watched every match so far.
It's been pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
The first match with Shane and Ricky was an absolute nail biter.
Yeah.
It was a little heartbreaking for Shane Thompson because he just had one mistake that really cost him the match. But
yeah, I thought it's probably going to sound a bit harsh, but Shane might have played the clock a little bit better in that final frame. He maybe had to put one more ball, and then Ricky wouldn't have had time for the counter clearance.
Yeah.
Guarantee himself a shootout. Tough out there.
Yeah, hard to think about that in the arena. It's easy for us to see it on the outside, but yeah.
Yeah, but obviously Shane's quite experienced in the situation, but.
So here, probably what's considered the best bar table player in the country for a very long time. He was considered that, Mr. David Matlock, against the now junior world champion in Sofia Mast.
And this has been a phenomenal start so far. The break was incredible. Took on the tough first shot and looks like she's going to run the frame.
Something you see with some females and some juniors is they don't always have the power push into the break. And so Sofia, being a female and a junior, her break was actually really well. So she's clearly put into some work and learned how to break correctly.
And it's such a big part of the game. And I think what it's like here in the US, I don't know, but certainly in the UK in the women's game, a lot of players don't work on the break enough.
Yeah, well, there you see, guys. Obviously, Sofia has a little bit of a fan base here. She's pretty well known across the U.S. She travels to a lot of tournaments, and she's really fallen in love with the Ultimate Pool format. So she's happy to be here. She was really excited that she was going to get to make it. She was a little worried that she wasn't going to be able to make it because of her juniors worlds. Yeah. So she's probably traveling more than most of the standard pool players are.
Absolutely.
And she's just 16 years old, so it's pretty impressive to see. And we're going to get our first look at Dave Matlock. Of course, Dave, another one of those that got a taste of international 8-ball rules, Ultimate Pool USA, and he came back for another dose. He was in our second shootout in Kansas City and wanted to come back for another. Watch out, 8-ball.
Yeah, golden.
Oh, wow, golden break.
Second one today?
That's the second one today. And David Matlock doesn't even realize. It tends to happen like that. Well, that was interesting there. He's excited for that. He didn't have to work near as hard as Sofia did.
No.
You watch the 8-ball just take a nice little line into the side pocket. Yeah. Dave's got to feel good about that one. It's a good start.
You do and you don't really. I think you see it with some UK players where they'll celebrate it, but sometimes ironically, because sometimes you feel bad because it's just not normal. It doesn't feel right in 8-ball, but it's the rules now in the shootout and part of the game.
So that's something we've talked about. Me and Stephen Jameson, we were talking a little bit about this format, this shootout. It's not for the players. It's for the fans. And as much as the players enjoy it, there's some rules that maybe the pros don't like.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's a whole lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same for that. I don't think we've seen one yet, but I'm in the UK, it's 6 red, so here, like a 6-ball shootout, I absolutely can't stand it as a player.
Yeah.
But to watch it's
fun
exciting.
To watch. You don't want to be involved in it.
It is horrific to play, absolutely.
So where I'm from, when Ultimate came out, and so they were coming to the USA, and we were getting ready to do the Louisiana Open, my local pool hall ran multiple Ultimate pool tournaments, and using the 30-minute match timer and the 15-second shot clock and the 6-red shootout, or 6-ball shootout here. So it was a lot of fun. It was very nerve-wracking. We saw people do the 6-ball shootout in unique ways because none of us had ever done it. We never really seen it done.
Yeah.
So now, when you look at what we do over there, we do still do Ultimate pool tournaments on a local scale, and the 6-ball times are getting better and better and better. So
yeah, I mean, some of the pros in the UK now that practice it relentlessly, regularly get under 20 seconds. But it's so much about the break.
Yeah, and I talked with Shane Thompson and Cleve Thompson both. I think they're both of the understanding that we believe the 6-ball shootout is a little more difficult here because of the size of the balls, and the break is a little bit harder to control the white. So we think we're all in agreement that the standard of time is about 22 in Europe.
Yeah.
I think the standard of time here is probably 24, 26. But we haven't seen too many of them, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and as the format grows, if it takes off and gets more and more popular, people get better at it, and the times will get quicker.
Sofia here is just really playing well.
She's just decided to not miss.
Yeah. At this point, Matlock is really hoping he gets another 8 on the break. Huge fan base for Sofia.
Yeah.
It's always cool to see these younger players have such a warm fan base.
Yeah.
Because it makes me feel good about the future of pool.
Yeah, and for me, from a female perspective, it's great to see Ultimate Pool put Sofia in the shootout, put women in the shootout, and I think they've done good things for the women's game in the game in general, but the women's game in the UK. So don't see why that would be any different in the US, and it's great to see that start.
Well, the people behind it, they believe that women are competitive and that they can get there, right? And so this is just proof of that. And of course, Sofia being such a well-mannered person. It doesn't matter if she's a female. It doesn't matter if she's a minor. She's a well-mannered person. She's full of life. She loves the game, and that's the kind of people that we want to see in these situations with the shootout, is people who enjoy the game and play it at a high level.
Yeah.
Dave here has got a pretty good layout. The 6-ball might be his only tough shot, and it looks like he's going to try and move that 10 here. And he did. He doesn't want to bump the 1 in. Can he make the 1 on this side?
Yeah, I think so. It's about getting the white out though, isn't it?
Yeah,
you can put behind off the rail. Yeah.
And he's good at that. The 6-ball is now the issue. What do you do here against a Sofia Mast that is yet to miss a ball?
Well, you have to go. These rules mean you have to go aggressive. There's absolutely no point laying up when you're so far behind in terms of numbers of balls on the table. You have to try something.
Well, that was a phenomenal shot.
Yeah. Has he come a little straight?
Yeah, I think he definitely wants more angle. Yeah, I definitely think he wants more angle. Look at this. Balls moving everywhere. And Sofia here has a really good opportunity to go up 3-1. You know, we talk about pace of play. I think probably the benchmark is Mr. Chris Melling or Jordan Shepherd.
Can you say that's a benchmark, though?
Well, as far as fast play.
Yeah, I mean, both of those guys could probably play on a 10-second shot clock the whole time.
Oh, I'm sure.
The benchmark for us mortals is probably a little bit longer than that, I think.
Well, let's say the bar for playing quickly is definitely set up there by Chris Melling and Jordan Shepherd, but Sofia Mast maybe trying to give them a run for their money because she's playing through this rack pretty quickly.
Yeah.
She's taking the time when she needs to, but she gets right down to business.
What's the shot here? Do you play into?
I personally am gonna play it to play for the 15,
and come
but
back
I
up.
don't have the touch for that shot that she just played. It's very hard to hold that ball. I would have come around and given myself a little angle
and just played with the room.
Just drawn back.
Yeah, okay.
But this might work out for if she can keep her cue ball straight and not run into the 6. She needs a little bit more pace.
Gap? No, maybe not.
If she has a gap, she's got a cross side pocket shot. If the gap is there, I don't know if it is. No, she's going to kick at it.
Kick into the side.
Oh, she could get a little fortunate here. I don't think he can see the whole of either one of those balls.
Down pretty quickly, though.
Oh, he's playing the safe. Oh, and he just rolled out. So if you're not familiar with international 8-ball rules, there are no jump cues. You cannot play a jump shot. So it's a little different than what's been common in the U.S. for the last couple of years, but I personally think it makes it more exciting. Uh-oh.
I think that was tough to get the action on the white and remain accurate, I think, but again had a little bit of a, we have to play it safe again here.
I think he'll probably bank at it and play it slow. Well,
the thing I don't like about this is I think a top player will expect to make this ball top rail.
yeah, and I actually like her to play safe on this.
Safe?
Yeah. Cue ball off the side rail to just come in behind the 8-ball. I mean, it's hard to tell in this format because it is an aggressive format. She may try and back bank it to the corner where she's at. I actually expected Dave to really punch that and try and make it across side and leave the cue ball in the same position.
2 in 1.
She gonna get a little fortunate? No. But she might get a little fortunate on the cueing because Dave's gonna have to, I don't know if he can get a clean bridge on this. Makes the shot a little tougher when you have to go over the ball. He's able to get to the side of it. He should be okay. And that's that experience factor that Dave has. Used a lot of the table on that shot, but slick cloth allows you to do that, and this is 2-2. This really is a battle here. I said from the beginning that I thought if a match went to a 6-ball shootout, that I thought this might be it.
Okay.
Not for any other reason other than Dave tends to take his time. He doesn't rush at all.
Yeah.
and that Sofia tends to take her time. And if they go back and forth, or if they get into one safety battle, 30 minutes is not a long time.
How did they both react to the 15 seconds in Kansas City? Do you remember?
Sofia has not played in the shootout, so
But she played in the women's and the juniors, where she got to 15 seconds in those. Do you think? I think in the latest final went.
I think the ladies' final that they were in the 15 seconds, but maybe not for long.
Yeah. Okay.
I think because we did commentary on that one.
Yeah, but it feels like a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I don't remember. I know Dave, when Dave played, I think he may have struggled a little.
Okay.
But, don't hold me to that.
No, I don't remember.
I think we'll get to find out.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really nice to see Sofia in the shootout. She made a comment on Facebook just a couple days ago, and she said, I might be the underdog, but I'm going to give it my best.
Yeah.
And so her heart is just, it's so cool to see her put that out there and be the love of the game really carries her.
Yeah, and I think that the format can be a leveler. It's a short race. People do feel it out there, and there are a lot. I don't know if it's similar in the US. I imagine it is in the UK. You get a lot of guys that don't like playing women.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have that problem because of who I've kind of played with. My wife plays pool.
Yeah.
So I've never had that issue, but I know that it is an issue for some people. Same thing with playing a junior player.
Yeah.
So can definitely change the game. Dave's probably had enough experience with playing any player out there that it probably doesn't affect him a whole lot, but you never know. Again, like you said, short race, time, shot clock.
And Sofia has to be in a great place after winning last weekend. And,
she's probably on cloud nine.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw from the first couple of racks that she's more than capable. If she gets the chances, she's going to take them.
More than capable and in the mindset to be able to do so.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous combination if she can work things out on the table. It seems like mentally she's in the perfect spot to really play some of her best pool. So. But it's a tall order.
Yeah.
Against Dave Matlock. So much experience on the bar box.
But I think, for me, if the mentality is... So for me, especially playing in the Open and for Sofia, you want to play... If you're going to be in it, give me the biggest names.
Yeah.
Give me that experience. Give me the chance to go out and make put in a performance against anyone. You want to play in this situation. I just think I've got this opportunity. Give me the biggest player.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm the same way. If I play in a tournament that Chris Melling or Shane Thompson,
you want to play them, right?
Or I want to play them.
Yeah.
And I'd like to play them early.
Yeah.
Because
although I'd like to get a few more shots than I can't remember. Tyrel did. Chris is unbelievable.
Tyrel's such a good kid.
Yeah.
I call him a kid. He's 20 years old, but
a kid. Yeah.
He's got a lot of drive and passion, and he just didn't get many opportunities.
No, I think one opportunity. Maybe.
Yeah, he had a tough couple breaks. He had a chance to get out on the table, but everything was kind of crazy. So yeah, I mean, I feel a little for him because he really could have, and I know for a fact that had he gotten a few more opportunities, he would have
settled.
He really would have just enjoyed the experience of playing on the TV table against Chris Melling in a tough format. It would have really been something that he loved, and as an experience. And I hope he still got what he wanted out of it. being that Chris did play really phenomenal.
He's just a joke, isn't he? In the nicest possible.
Chris is a great guy, but yeah, he's a joke.
Yeah. What was today the first time you've seen Tom play?
I've seen Tyrel play several times actually. So we actually did a mini tournament on Wednesday, and he did really well in that. He won it. He beat Tom Cousins.
Okay.
It wasn't 8-ball, and we know 8-ball is a totally different game.
Yeah.
But he travels kind of all over. Look at this shot by Dave.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's taken these. These looked awkward at the start, but.
Wow, that's a really big rack there because the solids were a little rough, but Dave Matlock's gonna take and extend his lead. But as far as Tyrel goes, he travels a lot. I've seen him in Texas and Illinois and now Colorado. I think I've seen him in Kentucky. So he travels a lot. He puts a lot of time into it.
Yeah.
But I know he's going to do well in the Open. He's going to get some time to settle in.
Yeah.
And as long as he's not playing Chris first in the Open too, he'll probably do a little better.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. Dave Matlock just really looking
focused,
intense.
Yeah.
But I actually think in a perspective way, Sofia playing that first rack so well probably put David in a real competitive mode.
Then he knew.
Yeah. Because
if he didn't already, I'm sure he did already.
Yeah.
I mean, Sofia's break has been outrageous.
Oh yeah, she's got such a good break.
Yeah.
Did you play her in the Open or in the women's?
No.
You played her opponent.
Lulu.
Lulu, yeah. Sofia, of course, Kansas City Open Ladies Champion, topping Lulu Kibaroglu, Turkish player. She really enjoyed the format. Had a tough time on the TV table against Sofia. And Sofia back to try and defend her championship. I'm sure you wouldn't mind seeing Sofia in the TV table arena for the finals of the women's.
I'd just like to play her, whether it's out there or not. I do think we're in different halves though.
Are you?
I think, but obviously it's double eliminator, so anything can happen.
You said, if you're in a tournament, you want to play the best.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think Sofia probably feels the same about you. She knows who you are and she knows how you play, so. I'm glad to just see you back here, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kansas City for me was the first time I've ever played this American pool, really. And I loved it, so I will. Unfortunately, can't make the next event in November, but certainly next year I'm going to try and be out here as much as possible. That as much as work will allow.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I don't know if they've locked anything down yet, but I'm sure we'll get a location of our next event. I think the discussion is November, but I don't know if anything's set in stone yet.
No, I mean, I don't know anything other than the rumours that I've heard November. I mean, it's just a month that's impossible for me.
I think all the players kind of want that last event right before Christmas. It's always fun to get one more in, so we'll see what comes up. Hopefully you can make it. If not, I'm sure we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
And Sofia here, this is good stuff. I mean, she didn't have to do anything too crazy.
No, but I mean, she's won 3 frames and they've all been from the break, so.
Yeah, consistent.
Yeah.
And now we're to the point in this where there's 13 minutes left on the clock. We're probably maybe 1.5 racks away from that 15-second shot clock. Sofia really needs an opportunity at the table on this rack. You don't want Dave Matlock on the hill when the 15-second shot clock starts.
No, but nothing looks like it's bothering Sofia. So we get to the 15, and you're saying that David might not be as comfortable on the 15. So
Maybe
even if we go to 5-3, she runs another rack from the break like she has done all match. 5-4, 15 seconds.
Yeah. My only thought process is you don't want to put that extra pressure on yourself if you get a tough layout.
No, of course not.
When your opponent's on the hill.
You don't ever want to be down.
Yeah.
But you have to, frame it positively, I think, in your mind while you're out there.
And the good thing with Sofia...
And this break, look at this break's horrific.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's tough. It's going to be a nightmare. So we're probably definitely getting to the 15-second shot clock here.
Yeah.
I think for Sofia, she's so good mentally that I think she's probably sitting in that chair. She's probably just waiting for an opportunity to get to the table, and all she's going to be thinking about is the ball ahead of her.
Yeah.
So that's always good to know a little bit about her mind frame, and I've seen her play enough that I know that that's how she's feeling.
Do we expect, though, in this sort of frame, for David to have quite a big advantage tactically? Just for experience?
I wouldn't think so, because although David does have some years on her, and he's probably played a lot more and been in more situations, I think her experience at the age she's at has been high-level play.
Yeah. The rule set as well, potentially, I think, the tactics of this rule set specifically.
And David's a little bit more of that old school. He's the situation where back in different rules, he might play an intentional foul.
Yeah, okay.
Can't do that here. So it's one of those situations where sometimes the way he would have played, maybe this rule set doesn't allow. So he's got to change things up, whereas Sofia probably does feel a little bit more comfortable in the rule set.
Yeah, fair.
But it's definitely going to be a tactical battle here. She made a great shot there.
Yeah.
It's a little scary on the side pocket, but she made a great shot. I don't know if I like making balls from here.
No, in these rules, generally, it tactically can be almost as simple as having more balls on the table to maneuver.
Rather than making these balls, maybe move a ball towards a hole that doesn't have a hole.
Yeah, or try to play the loss of turn to get rid of the solid that's over the middle, so David has less to maneuver with.
Take his 5 ball out.
Yeah. Because that is a ball he can potentially develop.
And if I'm thinking correctly, I don't think he's supposed to shoot at this 5 ball. I think he's supposed to leave it there for an opportunity. And yeah, he sees that too. I'd be surprised if he did. Well, he took the 1 ball. Watch out, cue ball.
Yeah, sensible.
And I think the only situation, so you asked me just a second ago the same question, I think in the situation where Sofia should be maybe taking some of his easier balls out of play, I think he might have the advantage there. But she did play smart here because she's forcing him to take that 5 ball, I believe.
Yeah, or even just nudging her ball out while his are still safe. Is he going aggressive? No, okay. Good shot.
Oh, and that was a good shot there.
However, it's an easy layup, isn't it?
Yeah, and our referee, Mr. Mark Goff, really good at what he does. Absolutely, he's going to make the call. I think it's a touching ball. Watch out, cue ball. Big
Slightly
pocket.
Surprised at that shot. Could she not have just laid in behind the ball she was touching or almost touching?
I'm not sure. So that's going to be one of those rules that maybe the players aren't too familiar with as far as the touching ball.
Okay, but there was a gap to the cushion is what I'm saying. Is if it was touching, you could play it into the cushion and back behind the ball. Trust your touch.
Yeah. She definitely could have done that, but I'm not sure it was in her repertoire as to, hey, this is maybe what I should do, because I'm not sure she knows the touching ball rule.
Because obviously, David, if he snookers, still has to hit a rail in these rules, so he's probably got to disturb something.
Yeah. I think that would have been the play, and that's where the experience might hurt Sofia a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's less table experience and more experience with the rules.
Yeah. He's taken these really well so far.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be on the hill after this shot. If it goes down, yeah, he's lined himself up pretty well. He's got a little bit of an angle.
Does it go in the right bottom corner?
I don't think it does, but
okay, just play it out. Played it out.
He's gonna have this. It's a favorite to make it.
Yeah,
good shot. And David Matlock goes up 5-3. We're now well into that 15-second shot clock. I think that's what might have got Sofia as well, is that we were in that 15-second mark. So tough spot for her, but again, you cannot count her out. We've seen her break and run
every
multiple times. Yeah.
And anything can happen on the 15 seconds.
You know, we talk about Matlock's golden break. If she were to break and run this rack, and then Matlock were to get the golden duck, 8 on the break, cue ball goes in, bam, we're hill with 5 minutes left. So then it becomes a little wild. There's tons of possibilities. We can talk about it all day. The important thing is Sofia needs to make a ball and have a shot.
First try break.
Always seems to happen like that, doesn't it?
I think these solids look good too, don't they?
Yeah. First shot was probably his biggest issue, and wasn't really an issue.
No. This is the sort of finish you want on 15 seconds.
Yeah.
One you don't have to think about.
I don't really like going into that ball there.
He needed some angle though, didn't he?
Yeah. And he's really...
Has he come out far enough? Does the red go?
I think it does. I think he can punch it in. You got to watch for the clip on the 6. If it clips the 6, it might not go.
Yeah, it was tight, wasn't it?
I think... So this is something that happens with players who've never played on a 30-second shot clock. They rush really quickly. They don't realize how long 30 seconds is.
Absolutely.
I think we're seeing the same thing on a faster time shot clock because he had 9-8 seconds.
Yeah, I think he also still had his extension, did he?
Yeah. I think he's in the mindset as 15 seconds is boom.
Yeah, and I mean, understandable because maybe this is what his second time in a tournament with 15 seconds. My first 10 attempts at playing 15 seconds were all horrific because you almost get into the mindset that you want to be hitting the ball before the beeps.
Yeah.
When you get used to hearing the beeps and almost can use that as a guide, you get a lot stronger on the shot clock. But if you're wanting to play before the beeps like I was when I first started, you get less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. And this is something that Sofia will have an advantage on Dave on, is that she has played that call extension.
Yeah.
She's used to, calling that extension. She's used to playing under a shot clock. Maybe not as strict as a 15, but she's used to that. So she has a little bit of an advantage there. Played a good shot.
Yeah, bounce.
Needs a big bounce just so she can hold the cue ball easy.
That's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. So now she just needs to take her time, what time she can take.
Whoa.
I think, she can cut this and go back and forth.
Where does the 8 go? It doesn't go in either corner, does it?
I'm shooting it off the 6 ball.
Right, okay.
Yeah. It's a huge pocket.
Yeah, sure. A little clip would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Tiny little thin clip.
It's going to make it a little bit tougher, but I think any touch on the 6 makes this 8 ball go in. Oh, she's going to bank it. And she's going to block his pocket. Maybe she didn't like the touch.
I think the cue ball may be tough.
Yeah, on the rail and all that.
Yeah.
Plus her cue ball maybe going towards the side pocket.
Because I think if it did cut in, she'd have had no... she'd have played it because I remember the 8 she cut in the women's final.
Oh, look at this shot by Dave. Oh, wow. I can't tell if that ball's on the point hooked.
It's fine.
Well, when you talk about a finish, that's going to be a great finish right there.
Absolutely, but maybe a little bit madness to go for it rather than play safe.
Yeah, but
it worked.
We talked about this format being an aggressive format.
Yeah, great match though from both.
Absolutely, that was a very aggressive finish. Amy, thank you so much for joining me. We'll get a word with David Matlock here in just a minute. Ultimate Pool USA, the Colorado Shootout. We'll be right back.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power, I mean, still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Colorado Shootout. Chase Stumfoll breaking off against Cleve Thompson in another UK versus USA battle. There's been a few of those today here in Colorado. I'd like to say Nate Kane joins me on the commentary for this one. And good afternoon to you, Nate. Lovely to have you with us as always. And a great match in particular for you to do, because I know you'll very much be team Chase, but in as respectful a possible way, as I know you get on very well with Cleve as well. But,
yeah.
But a great match for us to have here.
No, I'm excited to do it. Thanks for having me again here. Yep, no, Chase is, of course, local to my area in Kansas City here and did very well in the Open, taking down Tyler Steyer last time, so we're excited to see him play again. And yeah, Cleve's just been a joy. I've got to know him over the last 3 events, and he's just amazing. He works with all the locals, shows tips, and teaches. He's actually a pretty good teacher of the game, too. He's helped out a few of our locals there, gave him some free tips and stuff like that, and so it's been a very, very good liaison for Ultimate Pool over here.
Yeah, he's absolutely come into his own really in the USA. There's Cleve Thompson.
Oh, didn't expect him to miss that one there.
No, nor did I. So Chase Stumfoll going to get to the table here. And stripes aren't terrible either for Chase. It was a bit of I think it would be slightly unfair to call it a bit of a breakout tournament that he enjoyed in Kansas City, but I think it definitely got his name more known to more people, the performance that he put on there. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely getting a little bit of national exposure. Of course, in Kansas City, we've kind of always known what he's capable of, and of course, he's former junior national champion, and I was giving him a hard time because in Kansas City, the match right before when he played Tyler, he had an easy draw. He beat me. So. But yeah, he's just been on fire ever since that tournament there. He's kind of won anything he's shot. He was in a big national tournament and went undefeated for basically 2 weeks straight, just about.
Wow.
team tournament stuff, so he...
So he's high at the moment then?
Yeah, he's hitting the ball really, really good right now. So
could be a bit of a sleeper pick for this tournament here then, in which case, because he's shown he's got a bit of a knack for beating the big name players, and that's what this tournament is full of. And I think it's fair to say as well, a bit of a wide open half of the draw at least.
Yeah, that's who knows going to come off of that end there. I think anybody can get it done, and of course this is still a fairly short race. I mean, if you can run out, you got a good chance at it. And I know Cleve has said the one American he does not want to face in a 6-ball shootout is Chase. So he's gotten quite good at it. He ran around. He was hitting sub 20 times quite a bit when we were in Kansas City. So.
Wow. Okay, he's been putting in the hours.
Yeah.
Well, that was a very, very impressive clearance from young Chase Stumfoll. Very, very tidy.
Yeah, I think Cleve let him off the hook there with that 3-ball whenever, because it was Chase's break. Looked like Cleve was going to break serve there, but.
Yeah, and what I like there from Chase is wasn't necessarily a super simple counter clearance, but he really punished the mistake from Cleve. He was pretty flawless in that visit there. It wasn't routine. Made it look it.
Yeah, definitely cue ball was in line the entire time. That's easy whenever that cue ball's right where you want it.
Cleve does have a big break. He's a big man with big power. And he ain't afraid to use it.
In a very long cue. I think you can't find a cue long enough for him. So he's getting upward towards 70 inches with his playing cue. It's pretty crazy.
Is he going to be a bit unlucky? No, he's got a ball.
Yep. Tough layout here, though. Definitely no road map on this one. He's going to have to earn this out.
Yeah, a couple of little clusters, isn't there? Solids look difficult. Stripes aren't much easier. This is a real, ponderer.
Yeah, I can't tell from any of the angles we have if he gets really good on that 5-ball if it goes, but he might try to address that right now. Yep, good shot.
Still far from a guarantee, though. The 2 does connect with the 3 at the top of the table, but where do you go from the 3?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to leave that 8-ball trying to get on and off the 3 there.
Absolutely
that's tough
not.
Action, yeah.
I don't think he's going to have much choice.
No.
Unless he can find a way to leave the 1 ball in the centre of the table for his last ball before the 8. That would be ideal. Oh, he's stuck here.
Yeah.
He's absolutely fizzing as well. Is Cleve Thompson. Just didn't quite get the side on that I think he wanted. And he has to be really careful here. Yeah, that was the risk that he took. That it would just simply open the game up for Chase, and I think Chase would be absolutely delighted with that result.
Yeah, don't know if he left the angle. The angle doesn't look quite there to address the 14 right away with this 11 ball, but I guess just kind of bump that 3 and hang his hopes that he can't get this 14 ball figured out. So I made that mistake against Chase in the Open, and he banked the ball in, broke it out, and ran the next rack on me as well.
Well, the 14's it's a problem, but it's also like you're going to back yourself to double that, aren't you, if you Chase Stumfoll?
Yeah.
Even at like the worst possible case scenario. Now that might have been an attempt to open it up, and has he made himself a bigger problem? Oh, he may have, I think that 8 just sneaks by the 1.
Yeah, I think you can cheat that enough. Diamonds are playing tighter, but definitely still can roll that in with a good speed. Unless he moves it. Oh, well, that kind of.
Well, good news, bad news. You're on the 14, but look at that 8 ball now. He's just having a look to see if he comes round and lands flat on the 15. If he can swing around the back of the 3 and land on the 8 ball that way. He does have pretty guaranteed position on that shot because he's got the ball over the side pocket to the right. And I don't think he'll use it as his last shot. I think he wants to try and move it. Maybe, or is he going to use it till last? He may do.
Yeah, that's a tough one on that one. And definitely, I'd like to leave that 10 ball there as my safety ball after the breakout, but he's kind of put himself in the spot to where I don't know that he can do that.
Yeah, I think he's going 10 first, then the 12.
course, the good thing when he tries that breakout, he's going to be coming in at a good angle to where he's likely going to have something.
Yeah,
on the
he's
ball.
pretty much guaranteed to have something nice here, but it's again, it's something he's lining up for a long time. He'll be really precise here. That's about perfect as to where he was pointing his cue. So one has to assume he's pretty happy with that shot.
Yeah, it looks like he's in the spot to just lay up and not break it out at all. Just take a shot. If he can miss that 3.
I like the way he goes about it, Chase Stumfoll. He's a solutions guy, not a problems guy.
Right. The format just really lends to Chase's strengths. He is just a quick player in general. I mean, he always has been. And
that's a pretty good visit to the table here. Is he going to take bottom left, or can he just see the angle for bottom right? I'm not sure.
Looks like he might be able to spin around that one just slightly, but
yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, either way, he's got a shot.
Absolutely fires in the 8 ball, never in doubt. 2-0, Chase Stumfoll. That was a beautiful visit to the table. And, well, you mentioned it. Cleve dangled the carrot, didn't he? And said, well, I don't think you can solve this. But solve it he did, as we look to find our 4th and final quarter-final. This is how things stand at the moment. Ricky Evans versus Tom Cousins, after Ricky came through a thriller hill decider with Shane Thompson, and Tom Cousins on Ultimate Pool USA debut, overcoming Damian Pongpanik 6-3. Chris Melling and Jordan Shepherd then blew away Tyrel Blowers and Chris Reinhold, and they'll face each other in a repeat of the final from Kansas City in the quarters. Gabe Owen will face Dave Matlock after the 2 matches we've just seen in the last hour or so.
Gabe Owen versus Dave Matlock. Somebody could say, is this the 90s or early 2000s?
It's a throwback, that's for sure.
Throwback, but both of them are playing absolutely great right now. Dave also being from my area in Kansas City as well. He's from Olathe.
I think Dave owns the shot of the day so far with that shot he played right at the end of that match for Sofia.
That was quite incredible. The breakout to get there, and then the hook to fire into the 7 ball. That's Dave for you, though.
And the fact he did it with his right hand as well.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, this format Dave really enjoys this format, and it's kind of re-energized him again. He started playing pool quite a bit, and he loves it. And
I did hear that earlier, and I think from it's really heartening to hear when you've got a guy who's as much of a legend as Dave Matlock is, but someone who's played the game for decades and decades. There's that phrase, and there's nothing new under the sun, but Dave Matlock is a guy who's pretty much seen everything. But if he's feeling energized by what's going on, it's got to be a pretty good sign.
Yeah, kind of one of the big compliments after the Kansas City Open we had a couple months ago. Dave, like you mentioned, has been around, seen every tournament there is, and he came up to me and said, Nate, if that's not the best ran tournament I've ever played in, it's up there. And so he's just really excited, the format, the way that our tournament director gets everything done. It's just scheduled match times. It's an awesome tournament to play in. So it's like Cleve still chasing this. Is it the 13 ball on the bottom rail there? Yeah, it is the 13, trying to get a breakout on that.
Yeah, rather you than me, Cleve. He's got an angle here on the ball to the side pocket to the right, but this is far from an easy shot.
Looks a little too steep.
Yeah. So, trying to work his way around a different way. That was just not a full pocket. And the issue is when you're trying to almost fight your way into a little bit of form, sometimes you can't fight the table. If the tricky layouts, they are just tricky layouts.
Yeah. It looks like that 6 just got him enough to where the off the rail, off the ball's not there either for a shot to get out of that. So it's tough. I guess it's Chase's problem now. So
yeah, losing that ball down the hole actually doesn't help Chase Stumfoll. I wonder if he's going to tuck up here.
He almost has to, I would think. Playing a little ticky shot off the 2 there and putting Cleve in a spot. Try not to sell out the 10 ball. Of course, Chase is kind of one of those 8-ball players. Sometimes he's surprised he'd rather go down swinging than play a safe.
Yeah,
he just
I can believe that.
Absolutely hates to play one, but he will when he needs to.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah, I don't see it. Especially with the 6-ball being where it's at.
Played it really well. I love the way he's played that as well, moving the cue ball and the 2 almost on train tracks next to each other. Keep the rest of the table blocked off. It's a clever way of playing it.
Yeah, at this point, just Cleve hasn't had much of a start to get comfortable, and Chase looks really comfortable. So it's a good job there not to give ball in hand away and just get another chance at the table more than likely. But we'll see what Chase figures out here.
Yeah, it might not be the worst result ever, that for Cleve, because these are far from easy, and Chase will probably feel like he has to go. The risk here again, similar to the last frame, is he's going to leave his key shot till last.
Yeah.
I don't think, in fairness, he had a choice on this occasion.
Yeah, but most of the time it looks like he's been just in those spots where he's got to play that last. Got a great angle to get there, though. It just all depends on where it goes. Of course, these guys are good enough to figure out where it's going. I just kind of hit it and hope. So.
But you can see he's looking to come in on the back side of it, which I think is the way he has to play it, but he's not guaranteed to land on this. Oh, he's played that so well.
Exactly where he wanted it, looks like. Good speed.
You couldn't hit that any better. Oh, Chase Stumfoll is flying here. Looks the business. Here does Chase.
If he drops this in another very, very well orchestrated out, these haven't been road mapped out that he's running so far, and it's quite impressive.
No, I've been super impressed with Chase Stumfoll here. 3-0 in front. Shade under 17 minutes remaining in this match, and every single rack of the balls has been quite a difficult layout.
Yes.
And Cleve's had a chance in each frame, but they've all been very, very tough. And Chase had a chance in each frame, but the majority of the time for Chase they've been really tough as well. He's just been good enough to get them.
Yeah, Cleve just needs a starter rack here, what I call kind of roadmap one, get you comfortable, shake off those 2 misses. He probably doesn't want to shoot another ball toward that top right for the rest of the match here, but we all know he's got the firepower to get right back in this. Roll or 2 comes his way, so.
Massive break. What's the leave like? It's not too bad this time. It's not quite now or never for Cleve, but it's also not very far off that.
Yeah, again, another, wide open, but still kind of tricky. Like it just not line. The soldiers aren't lining up, as one of our guys says a lot. So.
It's no surprise to see him take solids here. His biggest problem, I'll probably say, is the 8-ball.
Yeah, I think with the stripes, it just wasn't a great opening shot that wasn't going to either run into something else and move and arrange the rack, but I do agree, that 8-ball becomes tricky when you're taking solids here. You really only have one pocket. You got to clear out the 7 first.
Yeah, and also, if you clear out the 7 first, you've got to then think about how you're landing on the 8. There's an argument there for leaving the 2 maybe, but it's not easy whichever way you shape it.
No.
I'd love to hit the gap.
Yeah, the way it's kind of shaking out, he might be trying to get on the 8 off of the 7, and I don't. that's tough.
I don't love that. Yeah, at the minute, it looks like it has to be 3-1-7.
Yeah.
But yeah, landing on the 8 off the 7. I suppose if you're dead straight on the 7. You can draw back, take it top left, but
okay, we did have a path to the 1. Okay, not too bad. He's going to have to have a great positional shot here.
Yeah, he's just lining his cue, and I think if he lands in that part of the table, he's not bad. Yeah, I like the route he's picked here, to be honest.
Not bad at all. He definitely navigated that very well.
Still got a couple of good shots to play.
That pocket again. It's his curse.
Yeah, it has not been his friend, has it?
No.
Cleve slumps in his chair. And Chase Stumfoll is in prime position to take advantage here.
I think he wanted to bump into the 15, but it looks like he came out. Yeah, I don't know if he got the 14 ball. He might have to shoot the 10 here. Of course, with all ball fouls, this is a nervy shot. Great shot by Chase there. He is really, really hitting the ball well right now.
Ever since you mentioned about how, because obviously you've seen him quite a bit in the last few weeks since Kansas City, and you know, you said it, and I was like, okay, well, I'll stand by and await to be wowed, and I've been very, very impressed by Chase today.
He's just he's been pretty motivated since they did so well in the Kansas City Open. I mean, of course, in beating a awesome professional like Tyler is really kind of the biggest win of Chase's young career, and really has kind of motivated him to do what he's doing. So,
but that's what you want to hear about young players, that they get a little taste of success, and they don't rest on those laurels. They then chase it, and it gives them more hunger. It can go the other way, but Chase Stumfoll is the sort of young man who only wants more, and that is a good thing in this game. He looks very, very good indeed this afternoon. 4-0 lead over Cleve Thompson. Long, long way back for Cleve now.
Take a quick second here in between racks just to kind of let everybody know our league sign-ups. If you want a chance to kind of play a 30-minute match with a lot of these almost same shootout rules, a couple different ones here. We've got leagues forming all over the country now. We're getting ready to launch a half session for anybody that missed out on the opening on the last week of August. The week of October 14th, we've got half sessions opening all across the country. So please try to find a league in your area, and if it's not, hit us up about starting one. We're still taking applications for that as well. So we're off to a great start. People are loving the format, and we're looking to get as many more people signed up as we can. So,
yeah, great opportunity for so many people to be a part of something pretty special. The feedback that the guys have had here in the States with the Ultimate Pool USA Leagues has been pretty overwhelming, actually, for how positive it's been. And
yeah, kind of one of the big, not necessarily the big worries, but the thing that's so different from what they're not used to shooting off. Finally, our first kind of bad positional shot there by Chase is that the 30-second shot clock is actually a refreshing thing, and our league players are loving it compared to what we were really worried they weren't used to it. They were going to be concerned about it, and I'm watching some of my players play the best pool they've ever played in. Played with that 30-second shot clock. They're able to turn their head off and make a decision and shoot. And so we're seeing that a lot. And
well, I think as well, from just a player's perspective, knowing you can show up on a league night and you just got that little bit more structure around your evening. You know, you sort of know a little bit more when your matches will finish and when they'll start and all those kind of things. And yeah, it's gone down pretty well so far, and as I say, not quite as brutal as the shootout. Don't be too scared. We're not going to be putting you on a 15-second shot clock anytime soon, but some of the elements that do make the game here with Ultimate Pool USA so fun, the match clock, the shot clock, all a part of Ultimate Pool leagues. And
the 30-minute match time is kind of the biggest comparison to the shootout, and so we Everybody wants to shoot a 6-ball shootout too, but that's also kind of not necessarily part of normal league night. But we will work it into. We need to break ties in a tournament setting and things like that. And so, but yeah, it's we just get amazing feedback. We've gotten kicked off in my area in Kansas City with quite a few teams kind of taking the leap and checking it out. And I said it's been kind of overwhelmingly positive feedback. So
that's what we like to hear. And for there's a mutual beneficial element to signing up. The more teams that Ultimate Pool USA gets in the league, the more that prize fund bumps up, and it bumps up pretty big as well.
Yes.
For the grand finals next year in October. I think it's 1,500 teams needed, and it'll be 100,000 first prize cash payout, which is awesome. I'm sure everyone can agree.
What if we get 10,000 teams? So
that's the other thing. That's the other thing.
I tell you what, we've been talking through this out of Cleve's here, but this has been a quite impressive out. There we go. Yeah, that's that 2-ball he shot and the 6-ball and 1 kind of coming out perfectly. That was a great shot, and then that 1 in the side there, he really controlled that well. So
it takes a lot to raise a smile out of no-nonsense Scott Price, our referee. Let me tell you. But
yeah,
that got him. Cleve pleased to be on the boards, and just maybe something to think about for Chase Stumfoll. He's got a pretty good poker face for one so young. It looked exactly like that when he was, when he was 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Doesn't seem to change for him, which is a good thing. But yeah, I'm sure inside he's thinking about that mistake.
He's quite focused, and actually he'll probably even feel a little bit more comfortable here in Denver than in Kansas City, because there's literally 200 people surrounding that know him, and so it's kind of performing of those.
A bit of a pressure situation, that, yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, he's been in a lot of pressure matches even at his young age here, so he's getting more used to it and comfortable with it, and so
it can only help the more experience he gets in these kind of settings.
And Chase's whole family also he comes from a pool playing family. His aunt, uncle, very good players. His actual older brother's in the Open tournament as well here with us, and he's a very good player in his own right, Jeffrey. So that's one I'll be pounding the table. If those two draw each other, we're going to put them on the stream. We're going to have to. So they have quite the rivalry.
I'm sure.
You'll never hear Jeff admit it, but Chase has gotten a little tick higher than him nowadays, and they don't love it. So good sibling rivalry.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Just here, in fact, outside our booth, the call-outs have started from the tournament director. The Colorado Open, I think, is officially about to begin. We are 5-4 local mountain time. As Cleve there plays a loss of turn shot. It's not a foul. You can pot your opponent's ball as long as you play a legal shot in doing so yourself. It's a useful tactical tool, but it's not going to stop Chase Stumfoll targeting a finish here.
Yeah, this is one of those, he's going to be real aggressive, but it's got to really land right after he breaks this stuff out.
Yeah, worth pointing out, we're now on the 15-second shot clock as well.
Yeah.
And that couldn't have come out much nicer, I don't think, for Chase. He's still got a little bit of work to do on the 8-ball, but he's got a passage here. It's not easy, but he's got a passage.
Yeah, the 3-ball's got some work to do too. It looks. It's got. I guess that's it. I guess it does go. And yeah, if you're here in the Denver area and you are thinking about checking out the Ultimate Pool League, I know our league operator in the area is Greg Gallegos. He's here. He's playing as well, but we've got some registration open and things like that. The whole Ultimate Pool home office team is here, of course, myself, several other league operators, so we'd love to visit with anybody in the area that's thinking about it and checking it out. I just always recommend here to kind of see what Ultimate Pool is about with this tournament. You'll be impressed. So.
Well, Chase went chasing with that last shot, and now he's got to pull out something pretty spectacular. It's not over yet. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining for Cleve Thompson.
Yeah, he's going to have to move and get out of these pretty quick, but That's definitely where some of the UK guys who play this format are a little bit more adept at the clock, but we're learning. So the Americans and how to work it as well.
Yeah, he played that as a bit of a safe shot there, Cleve. He knew he wasn't going to leave much. I can see what Chase is trying to do there, but it's not been successful.
Definitely trying to just tie up that ball and make Cleve burn as much clock as he can here, trying to figure the rack out.
This is wide open now for Cleve Thompson. Should be 4-2. And he's going to start stomping around the table with a bit more purpose in his stride.
That kind of starter rack we were talking about again there. So he had that last rack, and now this is kind of a funny rack to start.
It's a pretty nice shot. I think he was planning on coming a little bit further, but it's actually worked out beautifully for him. Yeah, very tidy indeed, and Cleve Thompson goes 2 behind. It's not over yet. 5 minutes and 45 seconds doesn't sound like a very long time. Plenty of time for 2 frames though, and that's all Cleve needs.
Yeah, Benny wishing it was his break one more time here. See what happens. Chase probably begging for a ball and trying to think if he was able to put a rack on there, it might be a little gap. Would be kind of tough unless something bad happened. Cue ball safe.
Oh, you got to be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when he's got a path through to that 9 ball, it looks like, if he wanted to start there.
You've got to be absolutely delighted with that if you chase Stumfoll. Only ball that might just need a little bit of care and attention is the 10 ball.
You got a good angle there just to stop this and take his shot.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the plan. You can then maybe play up the table. I think you've got to take your medicine early here with the 10.
Yeah, can't tell if he can avoid the 4 on this shot. Looks like he can, and go to the side rail and back out the middle of the table. If not, I imagine he'll just try to power draw through it. And
yeah, it's the key shot in the frame. Trusted a little bit to luck, and I think he's got a little bit lucky, has he?
Yeah, I can't tell if he can see it or not.
I'm just judging on his body language. I'm not sure he can.
No.
I think you can see one side of the ball, but it's not the side that he needs to.
And this is just what Cleve needed to get back in this.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Yeah, wide open rack. He can. Oh, well, as I say that, of course, something ties up right at the last move in there, but looks like it's pretty close to wire and can navigate that or break it out if he wants. He's got the 2 ball there to do that.
4 minutes remaining. Not over yet. Gone too far. Reroute required.
Yep. Beauty of 8 ball, though, as I always say, there's 100 ways to skin a cat, and so you can get out run a rack in a lot of different ways.
He'll take that. Pretty rapid finish again from Cleve Thompson, who is, well, he's got a little bit of a spring in his step here. He's going to run 3 in a row. And this match that looked pretty dead in the water is all of a sudden alive. 3 minutes left. Cleve Thompson back within one.
And he's breaking now. Chase had an opportunity there to almost kind of close it out, but it's just what the doctor had ordered for Cleve there. So this is I'm dying to see a shootout. We didn't get a single one in Kansas City, so we got 2 in Louisiana. Cleve being the very first match of the day. We had one against Tyler Steyer, and
I think there's every chance that one's coming today. I said this earlier on with Stephen Wyatt. I don't like the odds of 30 matches back-to-back of shootout matches and not one 6-4 shootout. I think it will happen at some point. Cleve Thompson breaking then to level the match. He was 4-0 down. It's now 4-3. 3 minutes to go. 15-second shot clock still in its moments here as Cleve breaks off. Makes a ball. Cue ball's going to stay up. What's the leave like? Pretty horrible. Yeah, he's got nothing on. Remember, you can't play the dirty combo here. Not an option in international 8-ball rules.
Even looks like he might be stuck on the 9, but that's not even an option. It's tough. This is kind of the last thing that probably wanted a wide open rack to get level.
Yeah, he did want to foul there. That was a tricky shot. This could be the last frame. 2.5 minutes. This needs some working out to begin with. Oh, well then. Well, Chasing going for that and not getting it has just opened the door for Cleve.
Might be able to draw back into that 2 right now off of this 5-ball shot if he can cheat the pocket just slightly.
And he can. Oh, he's missed that by a millimeter. He did not miss that by much.
At least he has one more soldier here with that 4-ball at some point, but got to get good on it.
What do you do it now?
With the 7 there, I like it. You should have something to shoot. So
this is a big shot.
I'm not even going to say it again. Not going to say it again about that.
That top right pocket is not his friend.
Yeah, it's not at all, but you got a little reprieve there with the 11 tying up. At this point, Chase might try to hide a little bit and burn some clock.
Well, Chase just needs to put open balls. Don't know if I love that, to be honest with you. Because Cleve's got nothing to lose here. He can throw his arm at these. It was razor thin, mind. For Chase here, don't tuck up, just pop. He can pop 3 open balls here, maybe 4, and it's game over.
And an extension he could call as well.
Yeah, no need to tuck up. That was Cleve's last attempt at it. And this is maybe just a little sign of
not being quite familiar with the format.
Yeah, and we can't blame him. The shootout format is very, very new.
Chase did text me to see if I had some openings in the league for him. If he would have been playing these past 6 weeks, he'd be ready for this. But yeah, well, it actually is kind of funny. Some of our league players, even our lower skilled players and things like that, they picked up on the format very quickly with this clock and realizing what they needed to do.
That's what I like to hear. Well, Chase Stumfoll is going to get over the line here by hell or high water. Realizes he had his extension to call, and now he can sit down and toast a victory. The shot clock is bigger than the match clock. His work here is done. I think he's just doing the maths to confirm it. Cleve Thompson shakes his hands, and Chase Stumfoll gets a win over Cleve Thompson. He was 4-0 up. He got pulled back, but Chase is in the race to be in the quarterfinals.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Jay Stumfoll joins me in the arena, fresh off the back of his victory that looked at one stage like it was going to be super straightforward and then made to sweat a little bit, Chase, but that must be a bit of a relief to be through in the end.
Yeah, of course. Just happy to get to the next round after the start, and then and then just glad to make it through.
You must have been pleased though with the start to that match, because I mentioned it on commentary, you're playing some really, really good stuff. Nate said, I know you know Nate well, he said that you've been in great form since the Kansas City Open, you've been playing a lot, playing really well. How's it been for you from your perspective? Do you feel like you're in really good shape at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot of tournaments and I've finished well in them, so I just wanted to be able to come here and play like I have been playing, no nerves, and just get out there and play like I know how.
Is it giving you that little extra jolt, a little bit of extra hunger? You've had a bit of a taste of it, and now you want even more.
Especially after the Kansas City Open, only losing to Melling and then another local player from Kansas City actually. Really wanted to come. I know I can play with these guys. Just have to play my best I can.
And you must have been so pleased with how you started, but as we see so often in shootout games, and it's not exclusive to you, we see it all the time, they can just change on a couple of moments. And what do you think changed out there for you?
I mean, being up 4-0, I should have just continued playing like I was, but I think I tried to slow down and play the clock more. Having a big lead, it's tough to come back with only a certain amount of time left on the clock, but I know going forward, just to continue playing how I was, I think I would have been fine.
Yeah, you certainly played very, very well, and into the quarterfinals you go. It's going to be an interesting match whoever you end up playing. Are you going to be keeping an eye on this next one?
Of course, yeah. I mean, Bergman's always, fan favorite for everybody, and I've grown up watching him. We're just a couple hours apart across the state, and so to be able to hopefully play someone like him would be awesome.
Well, I wish you all the very best of luck, whoever you might end up with in the quarters, Chase.
Thank you.
We'll see that match later on tonight. In the meantime, Justin Bergman is indeed in action. He takes on Adam Sisneros coming up in just a second.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. More Ultimate Pool USA. This is the final match of the first round of the Colorado Shootout. I've got Mr. Adam Williams in the booth with me. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm back again, and it's looks like it's going to be a good game. We've obviously got Justin Bergman, and we've got Adam as well. Adam's a local from Colorado, but he's already played in a couple of Ultimate Pool tournaments, so he's pretty comfortable with the format already, so it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, this might be one of the only times I've ever seen Justin being the, I guess maybe the underdog as far as crowd, because, you know, clearly Adam's going to have a lot of fans in here. It's your local player playing in the invitational shootout that's kind of reserved for professionals and stuff like that, but Adam plays good, so he can definitely fall into that range. He's got a big drink of water in front of him. Justin Iceberg Bergman is a absolute monster on this bar box table. Adam with a good play on his first shot, but this is a nasty, nasty rack. I'm not sure what the best play here is. I think he's going to try and cut the 7. It's going to move everything.
Yeah, and I think if he gets on it right, say that 3 ball goes in the middle. So
he's done well with breaking those out. He's still got a major issue with that 5 ball.
Yeah, he's still looking at it.
And he needs a good opportunity to bust that out, and it's difficult with where the other balls lay.
Yeah, the only ball I can potentially see is getting it off the 2, but looks like he's going to take it right now. So
that and the 10 ball being in the way of being able to get the angle, it's just going to make this really rough. And he's played a shot there. I don't know if he can see all of the 1 ball. You know what? As crazy as it sounds, I think the very, very thin crossbank on the 5 to the 3 combo is possible, but it's really risky. Oh, and he's just going to play containing safety here, trying to hold him up, because Bergman's got the same problem with the 15 ball.
Right, yeah, and he's also blocked the pocket for the 8 ball on the 1, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Bergman as well if he gets out.
Really smart shot there by Adam. I haven't seen him play a whole lot, but
yeah, I've seen him a little bit in the tournament. Yeah, and he was steady. Yeah, he was good. And I could tell when he shared his poster on Facebook, I think he had like 70, 80 shares, and yeah, he brought a crowd with him today.
Yeah, like I said, this might be one of the only times that Justin Bergman is not the fan favorite as far as the live crowd. Oh, wow, and he played a great shot, and he just hit the ball so square that nothing moved. I think there's an opportunity here somewhere for Justin to play a loss of turn shot.
Yeah, and here it is.
Just like that, yeah. Smart shot by Justin.
And I think he's hooked him on the 1 ball too, so he's forcing him to either kick or move that 5, and I definitely don't think he's going to move the 5.
Yeah, he's opening up the 8 ball, or he's busting out Justin's 15, so which one's worse, you know?
Right. I think definitely the 15 right now.
Yeah, and Adam's going to play the kick behind the 1 ball. Just a nice touch. He really wanted to get up on the 8 ball, but this may do well temporarily. Justin gets a good angle to where he can bust that 15 out. He might be in trouble.
Caning him again.
And when Justin attempted to break out the 15 the first time, he took away that crossbank. So this is a really, really tough situation for Adam. I almost think in this situation, you got to be a little aggressive. But
yeah, I think he's just going to try. Yeah, I think he's going to try to leave it behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and I think if Justin gets a good shot at busting this 15 out, it's over. He's got balls sitting in front of all the pockets, it seems like. His 8 ball's clear. Oh, don't kick it out. Oh, wow.
Got away with it.
He got a very, very safe bump there.
But I mean, Adam potentially has an angle here to cut the 1 in and break it out, but the 5's so close to the pocket in the middle, it's a risky one.
He doesn't want to behind it. So this is tough because I think what he wanted to try and play is where he could cross it and use the 9 to help the 5 in the pocket, but that's out of the question now. You want to tap this ball. Well, and
it's not the worst outcome, but I say I think he's opened it up just enough. I think Justin, with ball in hand, definitely able to break it out from here.
Yeah. I think he's going to use the 13 to break out the 15. He has leeway with the 14. He can make the 9 off the 14 and move that away from that point. Oh, he's got a miscue. Well, that's a tough action spot right there. And he just wants to leave him behind it. That's smart. Forcing Adam to make another kick at it, possibly give up the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting game because this one's chewing up the clock with it being a tactical battle, so it's definitely a big win. You know, you don't want to waste kind of 8 minutes and not be on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, it's this has the potential to be a very, very interesting match just with the amount of time we've spent on the first rack. That's going to be a foul. Our referee, Mr. Mark Goff, very quick to spot it. All of our referees very, very good at what they do.
Yeah, we've been very blessed with our referees. It's not very often we don't really hear about them, which is great because it means they're doing the job, which is a refreshing change sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Justin trying again to get that ball out. And he's gotten almost straight on this 14 ball. He's just going to play the safe.
Yeah, I think he's still trying to adjust to the slick TV table. So he's been off quite a few times. It's gone a lot wider, I think, than he's anticipating.
Yeah, and Justin's just from knowing what I know and seeing what I've seen, Justin's a touch player. He's a field player. He very well can adapt to whatever conditions he has. That's a great shot by Adam there. And now that 5 ball has a contention pocket, so he definitely can make the 5.
Yeah,
Justin's just going to play safe again. It's very smart.
Yeah.
Rack number 1, almost 10 minutes long. I think you got to be careful. Yeah, so he he ended up much worse than he was, because now the 5 ball's in a very tough spot and the 15 ball's open.
Yeah.
Justin misses the 10, but he's okay with that. He understands that it's not the worst thing.
I think the only thing he's got is the crossbank back in the middle. It's the only thing I can see.
And you got to watch your cue ball on that, because it's going to run into the 15 and you might not know where it's going. A long rack, and I think the overall winner here is going to be Mr. Bergman, at least for rack number 1. Great rack there by Bergman. Going to take down rack number 1. Over 10 minutes gone. This is going to be a very interesting match here, because if you think historically, back in Kansas City, Justin's break in the match where he failed to hold contention in the shootout, it was all about his break. His break failed him a little bit and cost him the match. Table conditions, of course, a little bit here, different here in Denver.
Yeah, and it seems to be breaking really well at the minute. So obviously, conditions are super dry and it's not sticky, so it seems to be splitting pretty well.
Yeah, if we look back at the match with Sofia Mast and David Matlock, Sofia broke and ran 3 of the 4 racks that she broke, and the only one that really was an issue was the very last rack she had, where she broke dry. So
yeah,
the table does seem to be breaking well.
Yeah, and I think Matlock only had 1 as well.
Yeah, it's conditions here are great for play. Of course, got a beautiful diamond table here. A little different than the valleys we played on in Kansas City.
And I think there's the commentator's curse. Let's say it's breaking well, and
let's not use that word.
He breaks dry again.
I hate the old commentator's curse, but it does happen sometimes. Yeah, and so because of the layout of the rack and not being able to get to it, Justin says, I'm going to let you decide. I'm not sure if that's what I would have done, but I'm also not nearly as good as Justin is, so I'm going to trust him and his decision.
Right, and I think also with obviously the international 8-ball rules and no dirty combo, it's under the shot clock, it's a little bit different for him. You know, it's
yeah, normally I think he would have just played that 5 into the 10 up at the top of the table and taken the stripes, but that is not a valid shot in international 8-ball rules. Oh no, that's a big miss there.
Yeah, I say, but he does have the insurance with the 5, so it's.
I think the smart shot here is to play the dirty combo, take the loss of turn, make that 10 ball, because if he leaves him there, he'll have a shot on the 13 if he just left him there, but it's not a great one.
Yeah, that's not what he's going for.
And he's tree-topped over the ball. Yeah, this is a tougher action here. Tough action shot for Adam. And he made it, and oh no. The 12 ball getting tied up is rough, because he made a good shot, especially under the pressure that he was under.
Yeah, I think he's going to play a loss of turn as well.
interesting to see what happens here with Justin's shot. Oh, he played the combo again. He's going to let Adam try and do all the work on this 11 ball that's tied up.
Yeah, and obviously that's the beauty with the match clock as well. So Justin knows he's 1 up, and you know eventually the pressure is on Adam to make something happen and you know kind of claw it back. So Justin won't mind a longer rack on this one as well.
Yeah. We may only be 2 racks in by the time we hit the 15-second shot clock. And Adam here probably doesn't realize it yet, but he's in the fight of his life on this opening round shootout match, because Justin's holding control of the match and the time. Great shot there.
Yeah, but there's still got a lot to do. It'll be interesting to see what he plays from here.
Well, you got a little fortunate there, Adam. A little double kiss action on the 4 ball.
Yeah, they say good players do get lucky, so I'm sure he's got a lot of it.
Oh,
see, yeah, I think again he's still adjusting with the slide on the new felt. He's trying to break it out, and he's going wide every time. I think he lost his chalk as well.
Yeah, lost his chalk a little bit. I'll tell you what, though, I do like that jam-up jersey that Justin's wearing. That's a nice jersey. He's looking sharp.
Yeah, say and the Colorado jerseys, I say they look really nice, and say Jam will do a great job, and say as far as I'm concerned, the best in the business.
Oh, look at that!
It's another great shot.
That was an incredible shot. Can't get any better than that. Played that well. Justin Bergman's going to take a 2-0 lead, 14 minutes just under on the clock. And he's really played pretty well so far. Eight ball moving on the break, and he makes all kinds of stuff. Just 4 stripes left on the table. Let's see what he's going to do here. He's really got his choice. This is pretty tic-tac-toe for him.
Yeah, but he's got a little funny on it, so he should be all right. But
just a little bit of a bridge. As long as he doesn't touch the 3, he'll be fine. And be able to take the 5 ball, come back down. Yeah, this is pretty quickly going to be 3-0 to Mr. Bergman, which Adam played a phenomenal first rack and just hasn't had much opportunity since then.
Saying just in there, it's old to break old habits. To say he'll still call the 8 even though he doesn't have to.
Yeah, it's I'm playing in the Ultimate Pool League. We have several players that still call the 8. It's kind of just out of habit. I think they know that they don't have to, but it just doesn't click, and that's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with calling the 8-ball, but in international 8-ball rules, you don't have to call it. So if you were to send it 2 rails into another pocket, it does count. Doesn't happen very often at all.
No, and as I said, I think it almost benefits the better player as well. So sometimes it's if you know you're kicking at a ball, and you might go 2 rails instead of 3, or it's kind of
rather than trying to measure up a kick into the side pocket,
right?
You can kick it at 100 miles an hour and cross your fingers a little bit, you know.
But it's definitely a hot topic in America. But I say the players have took it really well, which is great.
Yeah. Well, and that's the nice thing about the rule set that we use for League. Everything except for this shootout format. Oh no, this is rough for Adam because he really did break pretty well, and it's just a tough layout to give Bergman with ball in hand, because you got to think he's going to get out here.
But yeah, just going back to the obviously calling the 8, I think it's especially in our ultimate pool format with it being fast, and even with the league stuff, I think the last thing I'd want to do with 3 seconds left is have to call the 8.
Yeah.
I say it's definitely a fun, fast format, and I think that rule could cause some problems as well. As I said, if you were stuck on the last couple of seconds just to make a decision, and then you've got to call it as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough to do.
Oh, and that's the best thing about our format is that other than the shootout, because this is not 100% international 8-ball rules, every other thing that we do, the open event, the women's event, the juniors event, our leagues that we do, it's all using the same exact rule set. If you watch the main event finale on Sunday night here in Colorado, every rule that those guys play is the same rules that we'll be playing at the grand finals in October of 2025, where one team will take down $100,000.
Right, and that's the beauty of it is, we want to treat the players the same, regardless whether you're one of the best players. Oh, I am surprised.
That's an uncharacteristic miss.
Yeah. I say whether you're the best player or a lower skill level player, you still get the same treatment.
Justin Bergman or Stephen Wyatt, we're all playing the same rules.
Exactly, And same for our amateur events and the leagues. I say our TVs and everything will be the same. Our production will be the same. They'll all get treated just like the professionals.
Yeah, and I got to say, I'm pretty excited about the idea of the grand finals, because we know it's still a little ways away, but I'm actually pretty excited to be able to come in and do commentary for that, because it's people I'll have met over the years at these different events. It's life-changing money. It really is.
Yeah, 100%. The same, and that's what we're all about. The more players we get on board, the more money we can give out. And
well, Adam there.
A little bit,
yeah, maybe frustration setting in a little. And we are now in the 15-second shot clock. That maybe would have gotten what got Adam right there is just the shortened shot clock. There you see Justin using his extension.
2 rails to get back around for the 8 as well. So.
Might be a little short.
Yeah. So Adam's still in it. He's still got a good chance.
Now here, if you're Justin, I think it's in his mindset he's going to call the 8, but I think he's got to fire at it. Oh, he's going to kick it and try and kick it precise. Nothing wrong with that. Adam's got an opportunity here. I think, me personally, I'm trying to play a little safer here. Maybe just kicking the 9-ball down to the end rail with a nice little touch.
Yeah, I think he's mindful of the shot clock and the match clock right now, so I think he's trying to force the situation a little bit, knowing he's got to catch up.
Yeah, I think Adam's played multiple Ultimate Pool events, but he is yet to be in the shootout where we have that 15-second shot clock situation. Even in the open, we also have the 15 seconds, but you don't see it as much because the clock's a little longer and the race is a little longer.
Right, yeah, and it's, you know, your first time on the TV table, and I can imagine it's definitely intimidating. Sadly, I don't play good enough to find out.
I love the pressure, and maybe one day I'll get to be in it. Maybe we'll do a challenge match. Commentator versus league director.
Yeah. I don't think that will make the TV, though. So.
Oh, probably not. Almost an 8 on the break there for Justin. That would have been heartbreaking for Adam, but instead he's going to come to the table here. It's a little bit of a messy rack, though.
And it's just keeps getting tougher for Adam. I say he is trying to force the situation, but it's just making it a bit more difficult for himself now.
Matthew Brown, please come see me. The top desk, Matthew Brown.
Well, you know, sometimes what you see in these situations when you have a player who's not used to the lights, the pressure, shot clock, all of those things adding up, and their opponents playing well enough to have a big lead, you see them get a little desperate, and then everything starts going the other person's way, you know?
Yeah.
It's just the way the pool world works. Right. I don't understand it. Don't ask me to try to explain it, but when things are going good, they go good, and when they're going bad, they go really bad.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I know he's got the home crowd, but also it can add a lot of pressure in terms of, you know, he's got people that he knows that are watching him, kind of counting on him, and I say, it's definitely adds to his pressure.
That's a nice thing, too, being a local guy. You know, Adam may come out of this match, if let's just say Bergman wins the next 2, he may come out of this match feeling down on himself, but just to be in the shootout is something that's very, very special, because they're not letting people like me into the shootout. They're not letting players like Adam into the shootout. These are champion level players who have a legitimate shot, and unfortunately Adam is simply having a really rough time with Justin.
Yeah, I'd say it's just one of them. So the fact you get invited alone means that you're good already, right? So yeah. It's just one of them things. In this format, you know, it is short, it is exciting, and it's you know, it's a race to the finish line, and if it doesn't go your way pretty quick, it's a tough way to climb back.
And Justin made a pretty immaculate shot there, kind of a blast them all out shot, but it worked well. He had a shot afterwards.
Yeah, maybe he'll give us a little shell now. He feels a little bit more comfortable. So
yeah, Justin's definitely one of those players that he may not always look comfortable. He may not feel comfortable, but he knows what his job is. And he knows when he comes to the table, it's time to get the job done. He's still trying to learn the speed of the table, and he can see it good. He's good to go. And 8-ball away puts him on the hill. Just needs to make this ball. Good shot there. And with just under 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Justin Bergman on the hill, and his opponent, really big hill to climb. Not a hill, it's a mountain the size of the ones in the Colorado Open logo that Adam's going to have to climb to get back in this. I tell you what, though, just from what we've been doing, obviously we had set up for several days. It takes a full team to get this place the way it looks, and
yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, and I get a little lucky because I probably don't do as much as some other people. I know you work your butt off on getting everything done. I know Jeremy and Jim, who probably don't get a whole lot of credit, at least on our live video. The work they put in is immaculate, so a huge thank you to them. But we've been in Denver now for 5 days.
Yep.
And we've had some good food. We've met some nice people. We had a little night out. We had an off day. We went to a great Italian restaurant downtown. Denver's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, it's been great, and I think every guy that lives in Europe seems to want to move here already, so they must be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's our Kansas City Shootout champion, Mr. Jordan Shepard, brought his little brother along, who's bigger than he is. Luke's a nice guy. He's really enjoyed it, so his first time in America, and got to come over and see what it's all about. So, of course, Amy Beecham, who was in here earlier with me, she loves the American culture. She enjoys the atmosphere. So,
yeah, and I think that's the thing for us. Obviously, it's the overall experience is what we want for the players. Whether you're coming from the UK or you're driving 16 hours to play in the tournament, it's. We just want to make sure your experience, regardless of what skill level or who you are, you have a good time, you want to come back.
Yeah, that's the one thing I can say, is that everybody who's come to our events, win or lose, everybody seems to have always had a good time. So when we end up in your city, whether it's California or Texas or Florida or wherever we end up, go out of your way to come check it out. Justin Bergman doing very, very well against Mr. Adam Sisneros. 6-0. We'll get a quick word with Justin in just a few minutes.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
The first round of the shootout is done. We have our final quarterfinalist, Mr. Justin Bergman. Justin, how'd the table play? How'd you feel in that match?
It plays good. I got to get used to it. You know, it's way different than out there, but yeah, it's good.
The dryness in the air here in Colorado makes it play a little different, but you played good. You made a few simple mistakes, but I think you know that that's just something that you got to get figured out on this table, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Your second shootout with Ultimate Pool USA, do you enjoy the fast-paced format?
I do, but I'm a slow player, you know, especially in 8-ball. I like to take my time, and you got no time, but it's good. It's exciting.
Did the clock get you at all?
Oh yeah. It always, every game it gets me.
Well, congratulations, sir. You played really well. I know we're going to see you in an even better form here in just a little while. So congratulations on that. Guys, we'll be back around 6 o'clock. Thank you so much. Come back and join us. It's quarterfinals on the way.